All right, y'all. We back up. You feel me? This is another video from Gregory. It's 2 hours long. Like I said, you're all welcome. Let me go ahead and put the StreamYard in the chat. Same rules apply. It's an open panel, so feel free to join. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay. All right.
Old black woman told me I was 6 years old. They call me, boy, who you?
Give me 1 second.
Reach in my backpack and get that bottle of whiskey. You want something? No. You want to go to bed with me? I hadn't thought about it. Oh, I'm 6 years old. Okay. She said, this is August. Put your hand out. Do you feel that heat? I said, no, ma'am. So she put her hand under mine. I said, yeah, I feel it. She said, it's the coolest time of the year. We think it's the hottest time because the heat's leaving. And because of the rhythm.
Yo, what up, Rachel?
Old black woman told me I was 6 years.
You know, I don't usually sit and wait for people to come back in, but we just ended this, so I'm gonna throw this in Queen's Thrones. I never wait for people to come in the room, but I figured since I just ended it, I might as well give people time to come back in. What up, all Natty? What up, Rachel? You know, Quack Gang in the building. You feel me? I'm I'm gonna find this live and I'm gonna throw it in the group chat. Hold on. Oh, here we go. All right, all right, all right. Oh, come on, bruh. I'm not trying to download that. No, 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 no. Yo, yo, yo. All right, let's go.
Years old. They call me, boy, who you? Reach in my backpack and get that bottle of whiskey. You want something? No. You want to go to bed with me? I hadn't thought about it. Oh, I'm 6 years old. Okay. She said, this is August. Put your hand out. Do you feel that heat? I said, no, ma'am. So she put her hand under mine. I said, yeah, I feel it. She said, it's the coolest time of the year. We think it's the hottest time because the heat's leaving. And because of the rhythm, at a certain time, the birds will know it's time to go south. But they said this white man gonna mess it up so bad, man. It's way back in the late 30s. Say they're not gonna feel the heat leaving. So the birds don't know they're supposed to go down south where their dinner's waiting. But they up here, it ain't no dinner. So they'll eat the beef.
Okay, my bad. I gotta drop this link again. I don't think it dropped the first time. May not have. This is part two, right? Yeah. All right. Okay, so we good.
Who's responsible for your dinner, boy? He told me that way back then. Babies are born not hating nobody. They learn it from their parents. Do you have any brothers or sisters?
I had a cousin. He passed.
Any of them got children?
I don't know if y'all heard this last time, but this is open panel. He sparks very intellectual conversation. So if at any time you want to come up on the panel, just sit, watch, and talk about it, you can do that.
My other cousin has a child.
Okay, I do a test sometime when I'm talking. I said, those of y'all in here, raise your hand. Got children, yes. We'll go back home this week and get the pictures from the time they was 1 to the time they was 8. You don't see no hatred, no meanness. no whores, no pimps. They learned that from you. When they came here, they were pure and clean. They've been around nobody but your ass. That's how they become pimps, hoes, and hustlers, listening to you around the fucking house.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thanks again for having the show. Like since we posted the last interview, the response has been incredible. You know, you definitely, the vibrations are going. People are stimulating thought and all that stuff. So I just wanted to take an opportunity to like get caught up for one, and then also
Anytime you want.
to
Anytime.
race is a big issue right now. There's a lot of conversations being had about race and justice and injustice. I mean, you've been on the front lines of this. In the last interview, you talk about, you say you apologize to white folks because they're not the real white folks.
Yeah, they're not. The Ku Klux Klan don't determine public policy. The most powerful businessmen in the world is white Christian businessmen in America. They don't wear crosses. You can't find a poor person that got a cross on. They don't wear no crosses. You know? But how can you call yourself a Christian with a gun and the Bible in the same house? Think about that. The most powerful human being on this planet is my mother, father, God. And every ant on this planet, there's an accountability to that one. Every frog, every grain of sand, every leaf on a tree. So what can you want for it? Unless somebody shortcutted it.
Well, I think one of the things, when people respond to your interview, it's like, you know, bulbs are lighting up. You're waking up minds.
Yeah.
You know, you're making people aware of things in a way that they may have already agree with it. Maybe they knew some of it. They didn't know all of it.
Yeah, but see, the people who run this ain't worried about it because it's repeat. You can't get it repeat. When you learned your ABCs, it wasn't because you learned it once a month. It's every day, ABC.
Mm-hmm.
And a Muslim cousin of mine, I said, Merry Christmas. I don't believe in no white Christmas holiday. I said, anytime Christmas in this country come on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, your bank closed, you participate.
Right. So
and you can't mail a letter, you participate.
So that's the structure.
Yeah.
It's white supremacy or patriarchy?
No,
how would you
it's white supremacy.
Okay.
White supremacy. That's who it is.
Okay.
Supreme. And if I'm not supreme to you, I'll make you think I am. That's how it works. When the World War II ended in Japan and you saw them soldiers putting up the map, that's bullshit, man. AP got there late too. They just went and picked out some soldiers and put there. 2 of them was Indians. All of them went crazy because the lie was too big. All of them was alcoholics. The lie was too big. But you can look at people. When I went downstairs to use the men's room, if I come back and the brother put some red paint on me, you will react to the red paint. You hear me? You react to the red paint. If we went to some darkest part of Africa today, where nobody's ever been, and carried one of them coffee percolators with us, where you have the water down here, and then it goes up, the coffee come back. All we got to do is have the water down here and some red dye, and we can tell them that's blood. We make blood. Okay? See, that's what ignorance is when you have to depend on something else other than what the real God gave you. And then everything changes. Where America is today is when you hear a baby crying, and because of your ignorance and your program, shut up! The baby, the pin is sticking the baby. Been there for 3 days, and now gangrene done sit in. That's why you know America can't. They react to us, the cops, the same way you act to a child. Shut up! Okay. All right. But you know something's wrong with the police, man. As a child, no boy that had no connections in the family ever wanted a police car for Christmas. It was always a fire truck. That's before I learned anything about good and bad and nasty and evil. Fire truck. When I was a little boy, I used to, when I hear a siren, I'd say a prayer. Now my prayer is different. When I see the police car, I pray that they and the people they're going to deal with will be safe. That's a hell of a way to interrupt the prayer. You have to say that for fire trucks. You know.
So why are we so targeted? Why are we so targeted by the police? People with dark skin.
Because it's real. It's real. It's like asking the Jew why they talk about Germans, or ask the Christian why they still talking about Christ. 2,000 years later, but they don't want me to talk about it. Talk about Jesus Christ did that 3,000 years ago. Y'all still talking about it, but it's my turn. It's my turn. But I can't talk about it with hatred. See, if you get mad at me, you know, there's a chemical reaction in your body. That's like letting air out your own tire. Don't bother me. But that's what the whole, and then the misinformation. Misinformation.
Such as, well, let's go into some of these Black Lives Matter issues.
Well, Black Lives Matter, one, the Koch brothers is paying for that, so you have to go into that knowing that's bullshit.
Okay.
That's why it's in Time magazine in 1 month, 3 times cover. See, the thing is this. Jews had a legitimate gripe in Germany when they say Jewish lives matter. You come up with some bullshit. Well, so the Irish, so the other man. It's the Jews who's being killed. Now, you wasn't talking about, nobody said talking about other lives before we said Black Lives Matter. And it must not matter to somebody because it keeps happening over and over and over. And then white folks realize that one day they better start saying white lives matter. Because when they just busted a major German car manufacturer that tricked the exhaust, and out of that 128 people died, and all they had to do was pay a fine. Nobody had to plead guilty. That's what this is about. When they reduced me down to teaching my black sons that when you see this evil, nigger-hating cop, behave yourself. Anytime you teach a child with your genes that came out your wife's belly to behave for filth, the child believes something wrong with them. I can't believe that you telling me, this is what goes on inside my head. You telling me you know this is a murderer? I mean, that's how it works. There's a whole lot of doctors that get busted for malpractice. You don't hear nobody say all doctors are bad. Hey, wait a minute. Huh? Whole lots of lawyers lose their life. How come we say, why you got to say all cops are not bad? Because you know they are. You see them. You're in the station with them. You see them. And to be a white cop in America, unless you fall in the family for that, there's something wrong with that. There's too many opportunities for white boys in America to want to be a cop. You didn't like me before you got the gun. Why do you think you don't turn on TV or have white folks on this show that talk about these black cops that shot their brother in the head 44 times? With the thousands of black cops in America, you think cops is better trained or more spiritual? No, then the white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And so when we get to the point, we're not gonna tolerate it. What does that mean? Get a gun? No, you don't have no gun. All you gotta do is call for a boycott from Thanksgiving to Christmas. 79% of all retail happened doing it. Just to threaten them, they stop. You said, well, we want Confederate flags. There's 12 states in America got Confederate flags somewhere in their flags. All you got to do, they said, if that's not removed by this weekend, we're calling for black folks and decent white folks not to send none of your athletes to these southern states. That's not why. Because the South don't have no $1 trillion sports industry except colleges. Okay?
So we're not using our economic power.
You don't know, you ain't got no economic power. What economic powers you got, huh? That's bullshit, man. You ain't got no economic powers, huh? Name them. Name the only building of a black company. Headquarters is downtown. Is Johnny Johnson's Ebony and Jet. No, in the whole country. There's no other. And he had to get a white boy to fake. And now he lost it. He don't own it no more.
Right. Yeah, they had to sell that. They had to sell the photo archives.
Huh?
They had to sell the photo archives as well.
They sold everything, man.
Yeah.
Predominantly.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can't have nothing in this country. They don't want you to have it. Huh?
Yeah. Well, is that part of the game? Like we can have money, but we can't have wealth as black people?
No, that's tricky language, man. My grandma don't know what you just said. You ain't never had no money, huh? Let me tell you something, man. If you was a congressperson, all Congress districts get a piece of the defense budget. Every one of them. Now, the top 20 defense budget districts is $19 billion or more. The first 11 is Democratic districts, not Republican. The first 2, hear me, 1 or 2 and number 3 is in black districts. Huh? Number 1, Chicago. I'm sorry, St. Louis. Congressman. Why? McDonnell Douglas. Number 3, the ex-Black Panthers is in Congress from Chicago. What's that? Boeing aircraft. So if you don't know the language, you can't figure it out. And this is what it's about. White ain't a color, it's an attitude. And we don't know nothing about no damn money. Huh? And what money you got, they can take it from you in the morning. Outside of Washington, D.C., there's a huge place they build in that gambling casino. National Harbor. A black man owned all of that. Not just the harbor. That's just 1/10 of the land that he owned. White boy show up one day, say, Mill, we need to talk to you. We got the documents, we're going to buy your land. Him, don't worry about him, that's narcotics. That's the drugs while you was in the room winking at that waitress. He was putting drugs in your car. So we're fixing to bust you. It's that simple.
Oh, congratulations, first off, on the Walk of Fame, Hollywood Walk of Fame. I watched the things. You had a lot of great people come out to support you, and of course your wife and everything. So congratulations.
But I didn't care about it. It was a trick.
So we define the white folks as, so I guess, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, or is it like?
I don't get into that. I say white folks.
White folks. Okay.
White folks.
So
and I know all white folks ain't white.
Okay.
I tell white folks, if you can't get on the phone and call the stock market and determine if it's going up or going down, you ain't white.
So, I mean, is there such a thing as an Illuminati? Is there an Illuminati?
If you know about it, it's not. It's bullshit.
Okay.
The real things that come, most black folks don't know about it. The Illuminati, black folk can't even read or write, know about the Illuminati. What's that? It's like the Boule. Talk about black folks. Well, tell me what business they own. What company they own. Y'all sit around talking about the Boule, huh? What goes behind that? Okay.
Peace to the chat. We might not have a panel if y'all just gonna sit and listen, but I appreciate y'all for showing up. Shout out to Queen in the chat, sharing my video on YouTube. That's the homie. But yeah, man, we just watching Dick Gregory. Like I said, if y'all want to make it a panel, we can make it a panel. But if not, that'll be cool too, because I'm watching this TV show with my queen called Wayward Pines. You feel me? So we chilling. So just vibe with me. Appreciate y'all.
How deep does it run? I mean, you were talking about how the starved rock thing you talked about in the last clip, that encounter that you had, getting fame. Like a lot of people watching it dream of the kind of success that you had.
Ain't number chump stuff, man. Ain't number chump stuff. Who was the number one baseball player in the history of baseball 100 years? You don't know. I give a damn about that. The word fan means, it's a Latin word, fanatic, huh? And while we talking about it, Notre Dame's playing somebody today. Georgia's playing Alabama. Whoever wins, the white team will tear up the town. But it's okay to ride behind a silly game. But when you shoot my dad or my son in the back of the head 40 times, that's off limits. Okay? They do it all the time. Every time the game is won. I never understood why the winners ride. Okay? So this is the game. Martin Luther King will be remembered as long as somebody's on the planet. Athletic stuff. I don't even mention their name.
Right. No, but I'm talking about in terms of like, I read your book, Nigger.
Yep.
And I read Callous of the Soul.
Yep.
And I love both books.
Yep.
I mean, you've led a fascinating life. But there seems to be a transformation. Like at the end of Nigger, you're still riding the fame. Like it's a success story in a way that kind of reinforces the American dream. Like I came from humble beginnings and I became.
Yeah, but that's you. I never said that.
Okay.
I never said that.
Okay, so what?
I've always been listed in the phone book. I never had a bodyguard. The filthiest people on this planet is athletes and entertainers. Okay, you with this show have done more for the humanity than 99% of all the athletes and entertainers on the planet. But they've even tricked you to believe that you ain't nothing but doo-doo and they something big. They ain't nothing but a piece of shit, man. All of them, a handful of them will break through. Like Ali, handful of them will break through.
Right. But what I'm getting at is that you traded it all. You traded all the money and the success and funneled it into the movement.
That was me. That had nothing to do with no damn coach. Huh? I wasn't controlled by white folks. Huh? Black folks made me. Man, I'm in a little club making $5 a night, 3 nights a week. Huh? When I wasn't funny. See? I was the laugh at the party. I was the party clown. Most black folks can do that. What's the difference in being at the comedian? Timing. What you doing here now? Hey man, you can just walk in here and say, people say, wow, man. No, you prepared for this. You knew what this was going to be about. You read the books. Huh? So you just don't jump in here and start doing it.
Right.
Well, that's the same thing with athletes. When I see football on Sunday, I see slavery all over again. The Negroes in the field picking cotton with a ball, and the white folks sitting on the bench with a clipboard trying to act intelligent. Are you crazy? So that's what this is about. But it's weak in spirit, weak in heart. Ain't nothing going for you. So I got to reach for something. My family didn't do it. My children did it. So I got to reach in something, huh? And them children better not make no noise while that game's on. Dad said, be quiet. That's what this is about. Don't nobody care about it.
But do people want money and success, that illusion, so much that they're willing to sacrifice? I mean, like one of the things you said, I mean, you were in the belly of the beast at one point. You were playing everywhere, Jack Parr, Playboy clubs.
At one time, I was making more money than Frank Sinatra. White folks didn't make me. The agents I was with didn't know about me until I was big. It's the black folks that came. $5 a night. Didn't cost nothing to get in. 35-cent bottle of beer. You can sit through 3 shows. Why am I so powerful? I refused to do the same show over the next show. So I could start flat-footed last night and done 12 hours. I almost got out of show business. Dick Shawn. I went to see him downtown. I had to sit at the bar and they had no money. So I wasn't under no drink minimum. So I got there and I talked to the black guy that walked to the men's room and brush your shirt off, wipe stuff off your shoes. So I came back the next night. He said, how'd you like the show? I said, I'm just sad, man. Whew. I decided last night I was going to get out of show business. I saw this genius. He said, Dick Shawn? Man, he's been doing that same shit for the last 30 years. I didn't know that. I didn't know that white folks' time is too valuable to sit through 3 shows. Huh? So he's been doing that same thing. He had a thing where he flip a cigarette. And when he get over there, cigarette falls on his lips. Now, I don't see the ones he missed. I said, wow, man. Cried. Not jealous, just, whew. And when he told me that, man, I didn't know that. So I went back in show business. Nobody knew. Nobody knew.
But the fame, I mean, like some people, they feel like you almost have to sell your soul to get fame, or is it just hard work, or is it luck, is it consequence, is it?
No, most of us in sold our soul. We just called it something else. I don't know about you, but I know when I was young, and the girls would go to pee, and we'd put more whiskey in and stuff. So the next day, I don't know what got into me. I did. But it was black folks. I had to search this shit on my own. If I didn't bring a woman to the nightclub, I didn't leave with one. This is my job, not my hustle. If I was working at the steel mill, I can't bring no woman in there and play with her. Huh? That's what this is about, man. That was me. Me. Huh? I'm no damn entertainer. When I looked at Michael Jackson, looked at James Brown, that footwork, no envy. No envy. I knew Michael better than his family. I put Michael on a 30-day water fast. 30 days, nothing but water. And all he talked about is to James Brown. Not out of envy, but out of respect. And then one day, after 39 years, he went on the other side, was the moonwalk. The moonwalk. My 3-year-old grandchildren can out moonwalk Michael. Because once you break the lid off, then everybody jumps through. That's what it's about.
Right. And you kick that door open. So just to go back, was there a moment of breakthrough? Like I'm just trying to see that rise, and then at what decision did you decide that it was enough for you?
I didn't know nothing about show business. I didn't know that no black comic could work white nightclubs. I didn't know that. And so 100 years ago, there was Richard Pryor's. There wasn't no place they could work. The black church, if it wasn't for black churches, we wouldn't have been able to act. We did the Christmas play, the Easter play. We wrote stuff for the church. And then Hugh Hefner, a little pipe smoking dude, looked like Popeye. When 98% of the clubs was owned by the mob, he brought me in. Them black folks had listened to me when I wasn't funny, and I got so funny, they pushed me downtown where they couldn't afford to come see me. I owe that. So I've always been listed in the phone book. I've never had a bodyguard. This is my loyalty. If I didn't bring you in the club, I'm not bringing. This is my job.
Right. But were you ever seduced by the fame and the lights and the money, or?
It have to be.
Okay.
Huh? See, I knew this. I knew I was going to hit big. I knew that when I was a little boy. I knew it for two reasons. One was embarrassing. My mother believed in fortune tellers. I thought it was ignorant. Never forget, Mother Pooh said, Miss Lillian, you got a son named Richard. Say next Tuesday, take him out of school, bring him here at 1 o'clock. I keep feeling something. I was so embarrassed, man. 7 years old. She said, your name Richard? I said, yes, ma'am. So how come you don't like me? I said, I think you're stupid. I think my mama's stupid. She said, I just want you to know there's a star in the center of your head. And one day you're going to be one of the biggest people in the world. One day kings and queens and powerful will be calling you. 7 years old. And say, money, you'll have more money than some countries. And I say, I see it happen. There's a brown briefcase. Well, you way back then, I'm born in 1932, man. But I got a briefcase. Our luggage was shopping bags. You get on train with shopping bags. Put your stuff in it. So a guy came to me from ABC, and they was doing it. Imagine you, the first network, you, ABC, did a thing called Walk in My Shoes. It was the first thing in the history about black folk problems. So they came to the club and taped it. And, whew, man, you know how happy I was. I didn't know the power. They take 3 hours. I had 2 seconds. And the world went crazy. That's the power. Crazy. So I bumped into Alex Dreyer, who put it together and said, oh, Dick, let me tell you the letters. Millions. Oh, and by the way, I got this gift for you. You got time? I get it now. I got it. Carried home. It's a brown briefcase. 2 weeks later, I'm on top of the world. Top of the world. I said to my wife, I said, you know, I feel something. But black folks, when they make money, they owe themselves $1 million worth of treats just to store it, unmessing up their mind. That's what I did. That song, not for mama, not for daddy, but for me, oh Lord. Huh? I was trying to get that stuff out of my head. My head. Give me some booty. You know, I started doing the research. Booty is a pirate's word for the loot. Let me show you the loot. I'm going to get me some booty. The black woman in America ain't never been freed. So it's booty. Nobody told us that. We don't know why we even say it. Hey, man. Huh? It's a game. And sometimes you fall into something. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you get there and you get caught doing things that you're not supposed to do. You got people that get fired from their job because they hit on the master's son. The whole game.
And somebody's keeping track of everything you have to do.
They don't have to. No, they didn't have the stuff they got now. They didn't have to. That's why, you know, if you believe ISIS ain't us, you're a fool. You're crazy. If you believe them black pirates 3 years ago, Somali, they don't have 5 yachts in the whole country, but they taking on the greatest navies in the history of the planet, and we go for that. Why not? Why not? That's a game. It's like when I was a little boy, if you were colorblind, you couldn't go in the military. That's what black folks, it was a job, man. Medical insurance.
Yeah, me and my queen just
So
got
one day-
Wendy's from Postmates.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try the
absolutely.
pretzel burger, the chicken sandwich joint.
And they found out colorblind people couldn't see camouflage. So right now, if you was colorblind, you can't read and write, never been to school, you go in as a captain making $1,000 more a month than a real captain. Because when you look over there, you see the shit. Here. Now, the bull is colorblind. So what's the red towel about?
No, I never thought about it.
Yeah, okay. So, red turns on men and blue turn on women. That's why the prostitute area around the world is called the red light district. Red. That's why when this thug took a woman's lips that's cut like the vagina, except it go this way instead of this way, and painted red, and she wondered why you looking at her. When the FBI Hoover brought in the whole, said Dillinger so they could kill him, she's called a woman in red. So now let's go back to the bull. Bull don't see color. Bull sees the man. That make his joint hard. So he stands there and get closer and closer and closer. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. So when you start looking at and then go deeper, white folk didn't see me. I was invisible. So I said, I'll make you see me. I'll make you see me. You didn't learn this at Harvard, Yale, Morehouse. So I put on the red shoes, the orange hat, the green white jacket, and white folk laughed at me. I said, I won this one. And all the laugh at me, Cracker, you got to see me. You got to see me. You never saw me before. I didn't know why I did in this universe.
How would you define racism?
The ability, that's why you can never be a racist in America. The ability to control somebody else's faith and destiny. I can hate white folks with a passion. I don't have the power to see to it their children go to bad schools. I don't have the power to see to it they bail or sit higher than mine. That's what. When white folks say reverse racism, oh, come on, man. If I dislike you because you're a Jew, that's prejudice. If I dislike you because you're German, that's prejudice. Racism is the ability to control somebody else's faith and destiny. I don't have that power.
It runs deep.
Huh?
It runs deep. I think one of the things when you see all these killings, by the police, by the system, and you realize that we all want to believe in America, but then we
don't say you want to believe in it. Nobody but a fool won't believe in America. These folks, they blame it on ISIS. Those are 99% white folks. So after what just happened not too long ago at this little school down there, ISIS don't have to come here. You want some white folk killed? They already got that in motion. But they got that in motion. Let me tell you something very interesting. Abraham Lincoln loved Frederick Douglass. The nigga could speak, part himself out of me. He was one of the greatest artists on the planet. But he was a little jackleg friend. Old JoJo. Boo Boo. It was running late. He didn't even take that nigga where Lincoln was. He was there. So Lincoln had something because Lincoln's daddy was a black man. If you saw that last Abraham Lincoln movie, starts off talking about his nappy, kinky hair. That's white boys wrote that. You hear me?
Yeah.
So he told him, he said, I'd like to for you to meet my friend, JoJo, Juju. And he touched that nigger stuff in Lincoln. Lincoln just fall all off the front. He never heard nothing like that. His brother was pow. So he's sitting there, I'm glad to be here. I said, this old punk friend of mine. You think this nigga smart? Man, you ought to come down and hang around with the folks I hang around. See, what he need to take you is we just want to bar your army. But you got to throw them two psychopaths in there. Jim Sherman and Grant. They went into Atlanta and set Atlanta on fire, dug up the railroad tracks, heat them and wrap around trees. That's what you dealing with now and you don't know. These damn white boys out there, most of them is psychopaths and all that. They'll kill your mama's mama and you just think you're dealing with some ordinary folk. You don't know who they are. Huh? But that's what he told Lincoln, give us that and get back. Okay. That's what the Fortune magazine and all that, that's in white boys. It's just killing in their body. Huh? So they look for wars to fight. That's what it's about. And so consequently, you sit and you look at, when I was a little boy, we couldn't even be caught in Ferguson. We'd go out there and throw bricks at the little black jock. So one day, me and my man sitting around talking shit, man. I said, excuse me, wait a minute, man. Something ain't right. Jockeys don't have lanterns. Jockeys don't have lanterns. So we gotta check this out one day, man. And so one day I got around to it. He was 14 years old, named Jocko. His daddy's Jocko. The greatest military theorist in the history of the planet. Him and his dad. So one day, little Jocko told Washington, hey, old man, what's up? I'm all right. No, you're not. Don't lie to me. Something wrong. I said, well, down here where my troops are, I think this is where the British is coming. He said, there's a possibility they come up here where you are. I can't leave half here and half there. He said, well, you're right. I think they're coming down there. But let's do it this way. If they come this way, see that bend down there? That's 3 hours. I'll see them. So, so let me take this lantern and I'll hold it. If I do this here, then they're coming. You got 3 hours to get up here. Okay. So they came and Washington beat them up. Bad. So the next day he went up to thank Jocko. And Jocko had froze to death with the lantern. That's a symbol of loyalty. Okay? But they changed it around. That's what that is, a symbol of loyalty. This 14-year-old child. Y'all sitting around here, what about this? Who cares? That will never end. Stuff that I saw, because my mama told me to be quiet long enough to go. 300 years ago, America sent the scientists to Colombia. And they was trying to crack hieroglyphics. The crystal skull is 13 of them. I got 3. 3. One of them is worth all the money that's ever been put in all the banks in the world. Just give it to me. So I called a girlfriend of mine that hooked me up with the Indians. And I said, hey man, just tell so-and-so, I don't know what I did with I left them somewhere. So she called me, she said, don't worry about it, they'll find you. And 2 weeks later, I walk in the hotel, they're sitting on the bed. That's the power when you look inside of here. That's just chump stuff. That money stuff, what's that? And so most folks don't even know that the banks, I can't say getting ready to close, so that's a federal law. You create a run on the bank, that's a federal law. But if you got over $250,000 in the bank, like these black churches, they got 50,000, 50 million, 100 million, all you get is 250,000. Safe deposit in the bank, once it closed, becomes property of the bank, not yours. People running out now buying gold and silver. No. This crisis is coming. You better get something you can run with. And that's 1 carat white diamonds. They black. So a friend of mine comes and says, oh man, thank you, man. Me and my wife, we got New York, we went to Tiffany's, and I think we got about 7 million. We're gonna come back and another 30 million. I said, man, you buying jewelry. 90% of the price of jewelry go to the artist that put it together. There ain't no money. Ain't no money at all. The Cubans that came over, how'd they get here? With Castro swallowed it. And I ain't never trusted Castro. Never trusted Castro. People said, the Castro wanted something on me. The most secret Navy base in the history of planet Earth is Guantanamo. Why would we have that on enemy territory? 99% of the people work there. It's Cubans. Huh?
Something up.
You hear me?
There's something up.
That's a game. And we all know that when Castro came to America after he went to Harlem. No, he came here first. Had a ticker tape parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. It's a game.
That's crazy. So it sounds like you're talking about illusion, and what illusion you're willing to buy into.
Yeah.
That there's a real truth that's beyond the belief.
Yeah, and also there's some black
people.
people, they don't care about it. I don't care about it. It's out of my league. So they still got that part open. That's where you come in. That part is open.
By Neil.
It's open. They love it. They feel it. You sitting in the movie, say, I smell something like smoke. What have you ever smell like smoke? There wasn't smoke. You said, "Don't well." I'm sitting there. I smell something like smoke. It is smoke, fool. So the game.
Okay. All right. You got me vibrating here.
I meant to tell you that I didn't finish it. "300 years ago, America sent a team to South America to study the caves in Colombia, the hieroglyphics. They didn't know how to crack it, but they knew eventually they would. They didn't realize it would take 150 years. Later, they cracked it and they took the pictures and drew stuff. And here's what it said. White man, one day the white lady will do to your children what you have done to ours. Back then, cocaine wasn't called the white lady. The number one drugged out state in America today is Vermont, not Chicago, not Harlem. 81% of everybody that OD today while we sitting here is white folks. More white folks die every day from cheap heroin than die from automobile accidents and homicides. As we sit here. The universe, the rhythm. Catch us up.
It's all there.
Yeah, it's there, and then we can do about it once you let it. His wife's 9 months pregnant. She can't abort. You could have, but you didn't. So now, in a few days, the baby's coming to me in death to the mother and the child. It's out of your hands now. The baby don't come from her, or here it comes through her. That's a gift. That's that. And that ain't gonna change. Not gonna change at all.
Okay.
And so the only thing that we can see now is this. Shit, man, when I was a little boy, where would an ignorant redneck nigga hating white boy hear opera? Put a little button.
Radio.
And there it is. They didn't have no radios back then. Down there. And the radio couldn't get nothing but 2 Vidocs. Okay. Now it's the whole thing. The whole piece. And then look at me, black man. When Obama first got elected, Ole Miss, them crackers had riots. A bunch of them was killed. The government didn't say that. Riots. Them nigga football players were still out there on the field. Second time he's elected, they had more riots. You and me sent our children there to play football, to outrun a nigga with a football, outrun God. They never talk to us that all we got to do is. So we got to go, get out the way. It's that simple. And this is something you have to check out. We heard about that law with Trayvon Martin. And, you had the right to stand your ground. Please check this out. The Klan was invented in the state of Indiana. 3 years ago, the state of Indiana signed legislating, stand your rights against the police. Cop come by and knock on your door with that battering ram, found it around the door. Whoo! And it's legal. As we sit here now.
So it's coming back.
That's legal.
Voting rights rescinded. A lot of our rights are rescinded.
Yeah, this whole thing.
Executive orders. We didn't.
But wait a minute.
Okay.
The National Rifle Association was sided with them. The governor said, I never thought I'd see today I'd sign it. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well,
that's what it is. Universe.
Michael Jackson. I mean, you knew him. It seems like he needed that fix. That money, it was never enough.
It wasn't money. It wasn't about money. He didn't have no childhood. See, y'all always be trying to talk about shit you don't know. He didn't have a fucking childhood. Huh? All right? He had all the money he wanted, all the fame he wanted. Huh? But he never bounced the ball. Huh? So y'all gonna sit there and talk about somebody you ain't never talked to him. Huh? Michael Jackson. Huh? A child. His mind was a child. Became one of the most powerful human beings in the world. And they killed him. And when they killed him, just simple mathematics. He's getting ready to do the big show in London 50 times. God can't work one city 50 times. What made you think he could? And that childness in him, it never dawned on him. So he's insured. This is your show. So the insurance is on you, not the rest of the people. So he had him insured for $1.5 billion. So when they killed him, you mean the Lords of London didn't see them holes in his arm? Lords of London, $1.5 billion, and they didn't see these holes. You know, Michael was killed at 2:00 in the morning from a laser. What's the police chief? He's not police chief of New York. That Bratton, whatever his name.
I was thinking Gates, but that's before.
No. And then 4 days later, they go into the house and find this bloody shirt of Michael's, and then understand it's like $450,000 worth of jewelry and cash missing. So white boy said, we have to get rid of you, but we'll ease you out. So then he comes and he works in Virginia, which is called the CIA, and now he's the police chief of New York, a criminal, gangster. That's what it's about.
Well, I thought it was because of the Sony thing. They wanted I believe there was some.
But that's because you don't have the information.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
I said he was killed by a laser. Huh? I just told you it was a bloody shirt in the money. Just public. All you gotta do is go look it up. Huh? Okay. I didn't come here to find out what you think.
No, I'm just asking.
No, you didn't. You said you thought. I'm not interviewing you. You interviewing me. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
Huh? But you go do it. I respect who you're gonna be. So don't sit here and tell me you thought it was the Sony thing. Huh? Okay. What was the Sony thing about? Tell my grandmother.
Well, my understanding was that he was going to get the Beatles catalog.
He already had it. Huh?
Okay.
He bought the Beatles catalog when his people told him don't buy it. He bought it for $48 million. When they killed him, it was worth $2.5 billion. Huh? Well, stuff going on in your house I don't know nothing about. There's a persona out there I don't know nothing about. But when we're sitting here with respect for one, I don't want to hear what you thought. I saw the check, nigga. Huh? So I got to sit in what you thought. Who cares? Huh? That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
And then what they didn't know when they came out with the will, his 3 children's name was misspelled. Huh?
So
the day he was supposed to have signed it.
So it's a fake will.
It's a fake will. Huh? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's all. And so if I was over there and they said, well, what role did Sony play? No, you didn't say that. I thought I'm not here because of what you think. Huh?
Okay.
Does Sony have anything? Huh? That's
okay. I'll ask
better. No, you don't have to ask that. I don't care.
No, I'll phrase better with the.
No, it's already. You already said it.
Okay.
Huh? And you ain't gonna stop that overnight. And I don't want you to stop it overnight. Huh? There's people listening to me that's cleansed when you said what you said. Huh? Because we know. Huh? I told Michael. I got to his house, man. His father called me and said, Michael need to see you. Michael couldn't go up. His dad and mom couldn't go up to the top floor. Huh? So when they sit there and said, when I carried the food up to him, I saw these little boys. Michael knew. Everybody knew him. Couldn't nobody go up to the 3rd floor. Huh? So I go in Orange County. Father come back and say, Michael, I want you to sit in my seat. I go. So now the trial's over that day. We go home. He holds me, feel like an animal clawing me. Greg, they're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill you. I know. When the last time you ate, said, poison me. When the last time you drank some water, I said, okay, here's the problem we got. I got to slip you out of here today and take you to the hospital. No, they'll kill. Michael, am I smarter than you? Shut up. What we'll do is get a driver and we're going to San Francisco to see a friend. What he didn't know is once we got out the house, when you saw that H for hospital, that's where I was going. I didn't know what, nobody know we coming. So we go there. 5 o'clock that evening. Michael Jackson. Dehydrated. 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock the next morning, they still putting water in him. The doctor said, thank God for you, because he'd have been dead. That's how dried up he was. Okay? I know him. Huh? I know him. I know what it's about. Not about Sony. He already had it. Already had it. Okay? And so what happened is, when they killed him, them white boys that came in and convinced everybody that Michael had went back with them. Michael had gone back with them. Okay? And so the will said that anybody on this will protested, if you lose, you cut out. That's why Mama, I don't even know where she's getting groceries from now. She was cut out after. Now, just go back to the one thing. Lords of London got me insured for $1 billion. That means they give me all kinds of checks and they didn't see the holes. Now, here's how clever they are. You and the brother, there's first responders. You get there at 10 o'clock. He's out. You don't know he's dead because the call just come in. So you trying to get a vein. You don't know he's been dead since 2 o'clock. So now they tried everything. Now they go get the different chemicals I can put in. That's where the needle holes came from. Huh? That's how clever they are. The folks that's doing it don't know it. They're just trying to bring them like a needle in there. Sure, they got needle holes. But that's where they came from. Huh? That's where they came from. Okay? And the old punk doctor, he know nothing about it. When he's on the 911, they say, what's that? I don't know. You know that address. This is the game. The most powerful human being on the planet, entertainer. Huh? They say he ain't lost his license. He's still practicing that. Okay.
So something fishy there. I think I smell smoke.
Yep.
I think I
Something like smoke.
Something like smoke.
When Tupac was killed, well, I know something. The mob don't go there and have a shootout in the front lounge. Would make you think black folks good. And who was in the car with him? Quincy Jones, his daughter.
What she was? Okay.
How I know that New York Times don't know it? How I know that he's been attempted to be killed so many times, the car is bulletproof. So you had to shoot the bulletproof car to get him in the head. He was shot in the car. That's what this was about. That's what this was about. Shot in the car. Because he had nerve enough to write some shit in the record.
Yeah, be careful what you say to the government. We might be in trouble here just here.
Do you know in my life, man, I never owned a camera in my life.
The tape recorders, though.
Huh?
The tape recorders.
No, me, I have to say, yeah. But no cameras.
Never got interested.
Never. Here's Donald Trump. Here's Stone Fool. Sit there and call the woman ugly and then say he didn't say it. On that debate. Well, my advice to Donald Trump and to her, they should marry each other and see what kind of ugly baby the both of them have.
Okay.
It's a game.
He at this point he is a legitimate contender.
He's a legitimate contender. You in this business. You ever been interviewed by somebody about him?
No.
Okay. So what make you ever somebody else have? Okay.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. That's the white folks say it. It ain't questioned. Right. Then you got this other little thug punk, Ben Carson. 90% of black folks ain't never heard of him. So you mean these redneck white folks love him that much? He's that high? What was his claim to fame?
Surgeon.
No, it was more than that. He's the first time that disconnected Siamese twins from the head. That never happened before in the history of the planet. He wasn't even in the room when that happened. So that's what research do. There's that team of 87 German doctors. And they thought they was able to do this. So they brought him in the room because he was from South Africa. In South Africa, we all know before black folk took over South Africa had a nuclear bomb. You heard Nelson Mandela? You heard nobody talk about it. Where'd it go? Where did it go?
Good question. So to clarify, you said Ben Carson was from South Africa?
No, the person they operated on was
from South Africa.
South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah. And they didn't want nobody to be able to say they was experimenting on black folks. Now let's get back to just plain old nigger shit. If he did what they say he did, how come he's never been nominated for a Nobel Prize in medicine? I didn't say get one. When they pick out the #1 football player in America this year, it'll be 10 people nominated. He's never been nominated. We ain't talking about a Nobel Prize. He's never been nominated. That's why you see that look on his face. And then when they tried to make him feel he's important, you can't duck a lie. When he came to the prayer vectors of the president and said, Obamacare is worse than slavery. Did you know by the time he got back to Johns Hopkins, he was fired?
Wow.
Moved his stuff out. Johns Hopkins get more government money than any country in the world. You don't mess with this titty. He's already been paid to get a commencement address. 2 weeks later, they say, keep the money, though. We don't want you around here.
Wow.
That's who he is.
Wow.
And 4 years before that, they had a black man, Herman Cain, one of the brilliant black minds on the planet. So when I saw him doing the buckwheat speech, I said, oh my God. Herman Cain was chairman of the Kansas City Federal Reserve. That's where your pension money, that's where your income tax money is. You look at the checks, Kansas City Federal Reserve. He ran that. But the trick is, because they know racism. Right. They had these white women coming out talk about what he did, but don't say he had sex with him.
Mhm.
He had sex.
Really?
No.
They played the same trick on Clarence Thomas. No, rightly or wrongly. I don't know if I don't know what your opinion is on Clarence Thomas, but some scandal came out on him.
Yeah, well, see, I was given an honorary doctorate degree at the University of Missouri. A black man was head of the law department. Him and Clarence Thomas was in college together. He showed me the letter that Clarence drew up on how they could make it big. And he said, I can't do that. Okay. So Clarence Thomas. Okay. And so I know a guy, he just died a couple of weeks ago, named Dr. Goodhart in St. Louis. Went to Cornell. Brilliant. He's one of the finest minds in the history of the school. This was what? Back in the 30s. So they go to him, they make a deal. He said, Monsanto, they cry when they talk about you, how intelligent, how brilliant. They would like for you to run the company, but they can't bring you in as that because the white scientists would quit. But you white enough to be white. He refused it. He refused it. I mean,
Wait,
so when I met him,
Mhm.
a friend of mine had cancer. He said, I got the cure. He said, but I sell it to veterinarians. Okay. In 3 days, the guy was cured. Now, forget that. Black man became so angry. All of these people died for cancer. He has the cure. Don't make me mad, boy. Okay. Then he showed me a picture, man. It looked like something from another planet. I said, well, you showed me? He said, that's me. What? Yeah, my laboratory blew up on me. Wow. Well, how you look like that? I got the cure. Wow. I have the cure. Don't make me mad. Huh? See how it works?
It's out there. Well, what did the letter that Clarence Thomas wrote up say?
Huh?
You said Clarence Thomas had written a
I
letter.
wasn't but a little scheme with him, and here was the plan they was going to do. He said, not me.
Okay. All right.
What was his name? Steve Jobs?
Mm-hmm.
When Steve Jobs died, in his checkbook, he had $4 billion in his personal account. That checkbook you got?
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine $4 billion in
well, I wouldn't be able to write on the whole check. I'd have to get a second.
Yeah, but the thing is this. He couldn't make 58 years old. He died at 57. I got an old trifling uncle in St. Louis. He can't read or write, drink cheap wine, cuss everybody out. And he 103. Steve Jobs should have followed him around. That don't mean nothing. That mean nothing at all if this ain't right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've certainly endured your interactions with the government. You know, a lot of people got taken out. How does it feel to be the survivor? You know, the one with all the tales. You know, why do you think you were chosen to tell these tales?
How it works. I have 10 children. That means the real God gave me the power to produce another God. 10 times. He didn't ask me, what school did you go to? Can you read? Can you write? You got any money? The universal God, all of us. And then one day I got to thinking, I never owned a car. I didn't check out the year, the make, the model, the down payment, the monthly notes, put the license plate. So when I look in the mirror at me and realize I put more planning in owning a giant car than creating God's new life, I'm the fucking problem. And you and nobody else gonna tell me when I look in the mirror, I see a piece of shit. Huh? All right. Most of you black folks look in the mirror and you see this, you say, I don't. I see. Okay? I see this. My first daughter, I didn't want to get married. I went to the Negro drugstore to marry this. He said, let me fix something. I fix it. I take it to her. He said, this will knock out the elephant. I ain't see her no more. Well, nothing but love. I just give me some pussy, man. I come back, I see her 3 months later. She big. What you didn't take her? I didn't say I was going to take it. What do you mean?
Let's talk about some more current events. Oh, Bill Cosby. What's going on with him? The scandal, do you believe it? Do you not believe it?
No, do you think I would sit here if I would tell you I believe it? I wouldn't tell you. I don't know you that well,
Oh,
but I know it's a trick. You've been here long enough. No athlete can do anything they want to do, and nothing happens to them. Huh?
right.
Big business pay the government $10 billion, but they don't have to admit they broke a law. Huh? Okay?
Mm-hmm.
DeSantis, bottled water,
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola. The largest fine in the history of Europe. They was fined $900 million because they take ordinary tap water purified with benzene and another poison. Nobody goes to jail. Nobody goes to jail.
Right.
And so consequently, let's look at Bill Cosby.
Mm.
Where'd they find all these women? They didn't know each other. And when they finally bring the judge in and open up the records, that happened after the 4th of July holiday. Huh? Judges don't work on weekends. So where'd it come from? It came after all the barbecues and the trumpet was back home. Here it is. The judge. Here's what the judge said. Told Bill, you should get you some more lawyers. The judge said that. Why? Because the judge said, well, give me a reason why I shouldn't open these up. He said it would embarrass Bill's family. His lawyer said that. What about the women?
Right.
Okay. But here's what happened. Bill Cosby was getting ready to buy NBC. White supremacy came in and said, I have a right to. Well, you see, there's a thing called racist white folks giving them a liberation holiday. That's what Cosby show was. He didn't know it. Huh? You ever met a black person named Huxtable? Dr. Huxtable? Huh?
I'm sorry, I haven't.
Okay. That name don't threaten white folks. Huh? So when you put this show on and come out with facts, white folk can't wait to get the Bill Cosby show. And so what you think is complaining about, if it was like Bill Cosby, went to school, got a good education, look at your children. Them children be going somewhere on Saturday dressed up. Everybody else is going, rich white folk going to the park. That's what you call a liberation holiday. He's not aware of it. Huh? That was the game, a liberation holiday. Okay, so this show here, you put stuff out there, they can't get a liberation holiday. Huh?
It's uncut. It's pure.
Yeah, and so consequently, when the Bill Cosby thing hit, he was negotiating buying NBC. Oh, that's when they killed his son. You know, ask yourself a question. White folks love Bill Cosby so much. They had commercials, man, where little white children was riding his back eating tapioca out of his eardrums. Daddy Bill. And so, how do they kill my son? And I can't get a commercial. No more Jell-O commercial. I didn't kill nobody. My son didn't kill nobody. What's this about? That's what it's about. He knew something that most folk didn't know. That Mercedes he bought him, they had reboots. They only had them, and anybody can get them now. You get a flat, it reboots its own self. That's technology. He knew that. Plus, you know what kind of fool you got to be to want to rob somebody on the highway? And that shit ended with stage coaches, man. Huh? Cars traveling 30, 40, 50, 70 miles, and you gonna wait out there to rob one? Huh? Then he gets out and calls a white woman. She shows up in a miniskirt, mink coat, and high heel shoes to help him change your flat. When all I do is push your button, the flat change itself. Bill knew that. Then if you look at the police report, I read it all. No robbery. Here's $6,000 cash. All his credit cards, cell phone. No robbery. Then 6 months later, they arrested an American, but he's a Russian immigrant. So he did. When we checked that out, he was in Mexico that night. So Bill knows this. So now 30 years later, they just busted him.
Hannibal.
Huh?
Hannibal Buress. Hannibal Buress.
Who?
The comedian Hannibal.
Man, how come you ain't heard of him? They sent him there to do the trick. And you ain't heard of him. No more. Huh? It's a game. You never heard of him before? You haven't heard of him now. Bill Cosby and his wife wake up dead tomorrow. The world's convinced he committed suicide. You hear me? Discovery Channel. Bankrupt. Bankrupt. Okay? The only thing saved it when Oprah couldn't do it was Halle Berry. Huh? Okay, they are bankrupt. Bill was thinking about. Huh? It's that simple. It's that simple. The Pope came to New York, went to Harlem. Al Sharpton wasn't there. Al Sharpton probably one of the most powerful Negroes in America because of the TV show 5 days a week. Radio show 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. He wasn't invited to Harlem at a black school, but he let them use him. Every time something went on with a cop and a black person, they bring him in, but don't give him the respect. Huh? Say, come on to Harlem, man. We got just his friends, the mayor. Huh? All that. Huh? It's a game.
Right, right.
Same thing with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods got busted for the same reason as Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
Tiger Woods had to win 4 more to tie Jack Nicklaus, 5 to be the all-time. So he gets busted. I know somebody that saw when he came to the hospital. She told me if I didn't tell you this was Tiger Woods, you wouldn't know. It was a mob whooping.
Wow.
Huh? Now, so what did they do? They made a deal. Said, Tiger, here's what we got. We got a law called the Mann Act, taking a woman across state lines for immoral purposes. We're not just getting you for that. That little 17-and-a-half-year-old girl you cared to watch you play tennis, golf in Sweden, 20 years. Now let's sit like reasonable people. You can either do the 20 years, or we can make a deal now. You go back, play for a while, and on worldwide cameras, you're going to pull something in your back so the whole world will see it. And then eventually, you have to resign, retire. Last year, this time, and we talking about 2014, he was number 1. Today, as we sit here, he's number 270. Now they're already talking about retiring. That's what this is about.
It's part of the fix. It makes me think of Michael Jordan's dad. He got killed on the side of the road.
Michael knew that. Michael knew that. They busted Michael. Michael ain't got no money. Michael broke. That's chump stuff.
It was like a gambling thing or something.
Okay, you know, gambling. Broke. But this is now we got this one Negro, so we don't have to get no more. His wife filed for divorce and they said, hey, you got no money. Watch y'all just stay there. How did it come out? Because Michael Jordan, the restaurants he owned, he signed a contract where he would show up X amount of times a year, and they went to court and found he just had 2%. So when they busted him, shaving points. Then in the process, they said, oh, wow, man, Magic Johnson's doing the same thing. So they said, oh, we're in trouble. That is basketball. So they made a deal. Magic, you say that you have AIDS and you're going to get out. He kept gaining weight, man. The next thing you know, he was killed. Well, how come all them billionaire white folks that's dying from it didn't follow him? He never had it. Okay. And that big scandal with the basketball owner out there.
Oh, yeah. Sterling.
Yeah, sure. That's a lover's quarrel.
Absolutely.
And he said, and Magic, you ought to apologize to the black community because you know Magic just get 2% of that. See how it works? Yeah. So here's what they did with Michael. Found his daddy dead in a car. So I go talk to a couple of state troopers. They say in the car, he just bought that car for his dad. And the name of the salesperson in Illinois, his car was up there. Voted Magic and all. So we're going to get out. I'm just taking this is too hard. So he went to say, don't play baseball. And then once he cooled out, stay in shape, then he comes back. When Magic tried to come back, Malone said, I won't be out there playing with no AIDS. This was a game. And they arrested a black and an Indian who's in jail now.
So a couple more movies, and then a little more about race, and then I want to get into the genetic stuff. Selma, that also came out since we last spoke.
Yeah.
Did you see it? I mean, how does it?
Well, they didn't want me in it, but I financed Selma. I was the first one to jail at Selma. That was my money. My wife went to jail. The little cracker called me. Sheriff Clark. Dig Gregory. You that rich nigga entertainer. I heard that a sheriff can't be a sheriff in the South unless they tangle with you. Now, I didn't want to tell him this. I went to Howard Theater. I go to the Apollo the next Tuesday, $25,000 plus a percentage. So I said, well, I got a bad cold and I've got, well, why don't you send your wife? Well, she's 9 months pregnant. You gonna take care of her? Yeah. So she went down. I made about $300,000 in the next 2 weeks. So now I go down. Sheriff Clark met me. He said, Mr. Gregory, I've arrested a lot of nigger bitches and a lot of poor white trash, but your wife is the first woman I ever. I don't need no praise from some garbage like you. How much you want for this hoe? Huh? $2,000 bill. Here's 1,000 and I'll get back to you. Said, why'd you drop it on the floor so you ain't be sitting me up? I wouldn't pick up no money a nigga threw on the floor. Fuck you. Who cares? I've lived with a real woman. You ain't lived nothing but scum all your life. And he said, well, let me tell you what you do. He said, go across the street. And he figured out a mystery for me. In the South, man. The juke joints. Gambling was right across the street from the police headquarters. I didn't know it was the police. The nigga put money in front of the I didn't know that. He said, go across the street and tell them boys, give you $1,000. So I go over and I think it was a check they wanted. No. So I came back and give it back to him. He paid for it. This way. They were mad at the Justice Department because every day Bobby Kennedy would send 7 agents in to see if she was okay. One of the things, well, just a Coke and 7 glasses so I can split with the women in here. What's wrong with you? So we knew what that was about. King wasn't part of that. That was Snick. Okay? John Lewis. King folks wasn't there until the whooping. The whole world. So then the energy started. They wasn't marching from Selma to Montgomery. The reason this president is in the White House, Jimmy Lee Jackson, is a deacon, 34 years old. He went down to register to vote and they wouldn't let him. So he called James Orange at SCLC. Said, man, sure we should come down and help us. So they did. So guy called me. I said, well, and they seized the wheel. I said, well, a plane, I can get you a plane, we'll get there, but then you still like 30 minutes away. I said, okay. So by the time I got them, blood was running in the street, man. And what had happened was they shot all the lights out. And then they started beating them. Jimmy Lee Jackson's mother, which was played by
Lorraine Toussaint?
No. Oprah.
Oh, Oprah, right? Okay.
And they was beating her daddy. And she went to pull him off of that. Then they started whipping her, which was Jimmy Lee Jackson's mother. So they pulled him out. They shot him in the belly 5 times. And carried him to jail to book him.
Didn't take him to the hospital.
Not till the next day. And he died. And that's what the march was about. It wasn't about no voting rights. It was about Jimmy Lee. And that's when the hell broke loose. You go by Jimmy Lee Jackson's grave, they come by there with rifles and they shooting a tombstone.
No, I mean, after, again, reading your book, just seeing all the sacrifice, the movement, and people are looking for answers. I just saw the Black Panther documentary, and people are there. They're like, is Armed Rebellion the answer? Like, well, how do we conquer this white supremacy?
You can't. You can't.
Or at least get our fair justice or liberation.
You can't get fair justice. The fact that, look how fool are you, man? Huh? That's like Jews sitting around talking about what they're going to do to the Germans. Huh? They didn't overthrow the Germans. Mightiest armies on the planet closed out Jews. So what makes you think you going to do something when you don't even know what's going on? At least the Jews wasn't joining the German army like us. Happy pops in the army. Happy this and that. Huh? That's what I'm saying. We don't know. When you walk out your house tonight, there's white folks can tell you to go back in, and you come out with kill you. You can't do that to white folks. The Pope just left here. The mob goes and confess every morning. Oh, would you please forgive me? We killed 12 people last night, but you got to do it quick because we got 7 more we got to get before noon. Huh? It's white folk business.
Well, I think that phrase post-racial is starting to disappear now. You know, like after Obama was elected, a lot of people thought that some great advance had occurred, but now we're starting to see.
Something did happen.
Okay.
Why do you think black folk from the Caribbean can come here and do better than we can? Because with all the poverty and all the bullshit, they did see black folks in charge. They didn't know it was fake. They didn't know it was fake. Jamaica, you been to Jamaica?
Not yet.
Okay, the number one killer of young people in Jamaica is not crack, not alcohol, bleaching cream. Okay, they're trying to pass legislation to keep that German bleaching cream out. It's killed too many people. And this nigga tell you they super black. When I first met up with what's the great entertainer in Jamaica,
Bob Marley.
Yeah, I didn't pay that much attention to it. No, but he offered me $40,000 to be his opening act at Harvard Yard. I turned it down. And he came with so much humility to me. He said, man, I'm just so hurt you don't want to work with me. Buffalo Soldier. They sent them niggas to the west to kill off the buffalo, to starve the Indians to death. So he started crying. He said, I didn't know that. I said, my mama didn't know it. My grandmother knew it, but she's not a genius like you. So he said, what can I say about it? But the humility. I said, I'll do it, but you can't pay me. You can't pay me. Then after he died, he was coming here to University of Maryland. He said he got a problem with his foot. I said, I'll see you when you get there. Thing was canceled. He calls me from the New York hotel. Leave a number. I kept calling, but I didn't realize they'd slipped him out of there to Germany, but it's going to kill him. So he ends up from an infected foot to brain cancer. And then one day I'm looking at the package and all of his uncut records, man. I got them. Wow. And so there's two fronts to that. I know both of them. I'm not looking for it. Just, that's the game. Anytime they want to bust you, they can bust you. But remember one thing. Then you see what we talked about earlier. $2 billion years ago, that big horrible thing, bigger than mountains, left the planet, the dinosaur. Your children, your grandchildren, they feed us that. Dinosaur. What they don't tell you is when the dinosaur was here, so was the turtle, so was the butterfly. 2 billion years ago, the turtle and the butterfly is still here. Gorgeous, pretty, not evil and mean and horrible. Turtle just. And that's how we won the civil rights movement. We took on the mightiest nation in the history of the planet with no guns. And all we became was turtles. We didn't know it. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside, and willing to stick your neck out. If you're not willing to do that, you can't be a turtle. Get the fuck out the way. So I'm coming out the hotel and get me a case of whiskey. And me and those state troopers drank every night. A brother who the white folks thought was white, married to a black woman, living in a black neighborhood, children go to black schools, but they thought he was white. So he came to see me with this look. I said, what's happening, man? Where's the whiskey? Oh, man, let's just this meeting, man. And then tomorrow, they got 300 white folks that came in from all over the South, gonna kill all y'all. And our job is to rope off the press, so they can't get across the street. I said, man, I just think I know you, man. You will tell before. I didn't tell them niggas nothing. I came here to die. I don't want to die. I came here to die. So fuck it, tomorrow we die. So the next day, man, we out there. This cat, a white boy now, looked at me with tears in his eyes, shaking his head. You didn't tell him. So now we get there. Old black folks, young black folks, old men, singing, man. Glory, glory, hallelujah. My eyes have seen the glory. We get to the corner and they rope off the press. And I look down there and I see him waiting on us. And I think about my wife and my children. Fuck them. It's war. You niggas don't think about when you're over there killing Iraqis, when you over there killing Vietnamese, and then come home and they got 4 stores on every corner. You can't get one. You don't see through that shit, huh? You don't see through it, huh?
Exactly.
And so now I see them. They got little pick handles, little rifles, axes. They come across, man. I sure didn't want to die. If I knew this gonna happen, I got me some little pussy before I left home. Okay. So then the people see him, and they keep singing, and they keep praying. They don't know what's going to happen. So all at once, I'm moving up to the front, man. Learned that from my son. He's marching in a march with us. The FBI came and stopped the march and said, Mr. Gregory, so-and-so's son just broke out of jail, and he's going to assassinate you today. Dallas. I said, well, did you talk to him? You talked to the colonel? So I'm walking, my son, he's just out there playing with the women and laughing and playing. So next thing I know, he's right next to me. I say, hey, punk, what you want? He said, I want the right to die with you. I said, I want the right to die with you. Huh? Where are you going to get that from? I'm walking, and I don't know if the bullet hit me in the arm and I fall in the gutter. I don't know if they get one clean sweep. That's what I'm thinking about when this nigga walk up to me. What's wrong, son? Dad, I just want the right to die with you. Hear that coming from your son. Huh? Huh? Not how can we get home? I got a message. No. So I'm there. And I see these white folks shaking, get scared. These what? A look came over their face, man. It's like I died and went to another planet. I'm looking at them. Huh? They dropped their pickaxes, man. This horrible look. 2 years I figured out what it was. When you're out there and you ain't scared, you're willing to die but not to kill, them crackers saw the Spirit of God. That's where it came from. That's some hatchet talking slick niggas. That's where it came from. And we kept marching. And we kept marching. I wouldn't have seen that just being a fucking entertainer. Huh? I wouldn't have had my son come to me. I said, I just want the right to die with you, Dad. Huh? Where did that come from? And lastly, I hang out with my mama still. I like that. Hang out. She's around rich white folks. Rich white folks. They got books that white folk can't have. I'm reading the story about Napoleon's. The guy who was most important than him was the recruiter. No addresses, telephones. He went through the wilderness in between wars and got those folks. He walks up on this lumberjack, man, and he almost is like a pimp seeing a good hoe. He foamed at the mouth, man. Wouldn't touch his muscles. So you know who I am? So everybody know who you are. He said, well, I just want to tell you thanks. I'm the #1 recruiter on the planet. I've never met a specimen like you. How old are you? 98. I just want you to know you now belong to Napoleon's army. Oh, no, I believe in God. I don't believe in killing. I'm not a traitor to the state because I chop my timber and pay my taxes. He says, you didn't hear me. And so he's so outdone that this guy would tell him this in front of his men. He went crazy. He said, ready to find squad. Ready, aim. And for the first time, he saw that a human being can die more beautiful than a human being can live. And that went out. Now he really, that's before they had blindfolds. It was this old lumberjack that said, nobody will you ever execute. You can look them in the eyes. That shit ends now. Why? Because he said, heat the branding irons. He said, he's just trying to figure out his ego. Breathe anger. Ready the branding iron. So I'll give you the last time. No, I don't kill. So he took his hand and put on a tree stump and branded the end. He said, whether you like it or not, you belong to Napoleon. And Cracker got ready to walk away, and the old man grabbed him to come back. Boy, didn't I tell you I belong to nobody? Put his hand back on the stump, took his side axe and chopped it off. Huh? You motherfuckers gonna tell me something? Huh? Only one on the goddamn planet? I read that. Huh? Chopped it off. And the recruiter went crazy. And he's the one that left Napoleon's northern flank open, where he was defeated. One man. Fucking man.
That's cool.
And so somewhere, when we sit and we look and see, we all start off the same. We'll start off the same. And somebody will see what you've been doing, not just this, other stuff. Some of it will be jive, because that's all they are, jive folks. But somewhere it slips through. It slips through. How did I know I'd find this in some rich white folks' house who my mother worked for? How did I know that little old punky son of mine would walk up to me and say, Dad, I just want the right to die with you. Wow. That's just a little bitty thread. Little thread.
Yeah, you're planting seeds.
Yeah.
And some of these seeds are going to continue to grow.
Yeah, no, it's there. It's there. Huh? It's there. Football is the most violent game in the world. They end up with broken noses, broken jaws, dislocated backs. And I'm just talking about what they do to their wives. Okay? This is a game. Who cares? The sad part about it, when they got this guy from Baltimore for beating up his woman in the elevator.
Right.
I got in touch with a friend of his. And I said, I know your man is too stupid to talk to, but he should give $1 million to the group that handle battered women. Why? Because that child won't have to grow up in disgrace. He got a child. Whatever he gives is tax deductible. But for the rest of that child's life, they be putting it in his face. He didn't understand that because he ain't nothing but a jive football player. Nothing else. They inject hormones into him. They make you angry. That's the chemicals. You can't turn it on. All these cops you see beating up black folks, they do the same thing to their wife. That ain't nothing. Stink ain't something you can turn on and turn off. Filth is nothing you can turn on. And we as black folks, we live around filthy, we become filthy. One of the things I showed to my grandchildren, take them to a paper mill. You ever pass the paper mill? There is no stink like a paper mill, but the people work there don't smell it. The black folks live here don't smell it because we become that.
So help me understand how to process the two books, Nigger and Callous in My Soul. Like what's the transformation? One ends in 1964.
I never wrote a book longer than 2 weeks. I put on tape, I bring the writers in. 2 weeks, that's all. What we talking about today, when the brother asked, where are we? You know what callous is? You wearing some shoes that's too tight. If you was white or light, is it red here? And what makes it hurt is the oxygen can't get in. And so that's why you're going to shave it down till they can get the oxygen, okay? So callous on my soul is this. There's never been a pair of God's feet that a pair of shoes that ignorant people built could wear out. So you get the warning, you keep wearing the shoes, you're the callous. You wear it long enough, the callous wear the shoe out. You saw them old black men with them old, all them cuts. There's never been a pair of God's feet that a pair of shoes could wear out. That's what I meant. I got a callous on my soul. White boy, it's over. That's what that's about. It's over. Now y'all talk all your bullshit and all you want. We talking about the universal God that made that foot. And it went from that, and I didn't stop. Then it went from this, and then the shoe was all kind of, wasn't like, look at them old men shoes, man. Old Stacey Adams from High Tops. That's where we are. That's where we are.
Coming to a point.
It's over when a woman 9 months. See, his wife is pregnant. The first 9 months of gestation is called evolution, a gradual naturistic change. When that water bag breaks, revolution and quick change, it's over. You take all the armies on the planet today, when his wife, water bag break, you aim all the guns that you want, and you can't stop that from coming out. There's no army can stop that, okay? It's here. It's over. Play all your games you want to play. All that bullshit. It ain't gonna work. This is the...
Because we're coming into a point of understanding our true nature.
If you went home and had somebody tape your two thumbs together, your thumb, not your brain. You can't change your baby diaper, you can't comb your hair, you can't drive. Those two right there. That right there. Ain't nothing you can do. You can't unlace your shoe. You can't change your baby diaper. You can't cook. Those two. Huh? But they got you thinking it's your brain. Huh? The whole part. There's no part better than the other. They're all the same. Right wing, left wing. All of us got a bird. Right wing, left wing. Tie one of the wings up, call it up your duck. You see how it works? It's so any country that's so messed up, they got a left wing and a right wing, it's over. A white boy told me this in 1961, man, in San Francisco. He said, man, the left wing gonna bring this country down to its knees. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, the right wing decide they're gonna kill you. They say he drops his son off at 8:15 every night, every day, and he goes to coffee shop. So let's kill him coming out the coffee shop. Right wing. Left wing say, man, we got to take him out. How we gonna get him to go football game? They said, let's blow the stadium up. See, the left is mental. The right is physical. One's mental. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all people are created equal and endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights. And when those rights are destroyed over long periods of time, it is your duty to destroy and violate that government. Nigga, you didn't create that. White folks created it, and now they got to live with this shit. You can't take it back. You can't take it back.
And we demand it.
Huh?
We demand this change.
You ain't demanded nothing.
Okay. It's going to happen anyway.
No, these are white folks out there doing it.
Okay, I see.
You ain't demanded a damn thing because you ain't free. You opt for education, but you're not free. Nobody in the history of the planet ever went through what we went through and decided on education instead of liberation. George Washington wasn't beating up the British so he could build a college. The song don't say, give me education, give me liberty, or give me death. It's there, and can't nothing stop it. And so as we sit here, if you itching, something wrong. So we've been itching. And I'm scared to scratch where I itch. So then something else comes up. Then something else come up. Too late now. It's over. You the white massa. And me and my wife, and every evening, after you eat dinner, I put you on my shoulders. My wife put your wife on the shoulders, and we take y'all to a walk. Every day, we want to walk down to the lake. And y'all just happy. And I got my arms around your legs to balance you. And then one day, me and the other side, we're going to kill ourselves. And you didn't notice when you got on our back. You locked off. You can't get off. I'm going to kill myself. Not you, but you going with me. That's where we are. That's where we are. It's there. You see it. Huh? What do you think? You're early enough to remember graffiti. I'll go all over the world. All of it looks the same. Go to Russia. It looks the same. Japan, it looked the same. You want more money? You see it on the bridge. Wait, how'd they get up on the bridge? If the government had to change the screw in the bridge, they had to shut it down. They got state troopers out there. They got lanes closed. They got their own strange machines. How did they get up there? And then one day, it disappeared. It's on my body. And when it came from there, you wasn't listening. Now it's here. Okay. The reason the Chinese hate the Japanese with all the power they have, the Chinese. When the Japanese invented China in 1933, they left word, when you go over there, don't kill none of them old men in the army. Every young, so you see with a tattoo on, blow their brains out. Tattoo represents revolution. Huh? They got them all over their bodies. And nobody see where it's going. So it's going.
We planted a lot of seeds, and we're going to put it out there into the universe.
Oh, you don't know. It's out there now. It's the ether. Once it's in the ether, white folk can't stop you. It's in the ether. That's why when you drink alcohol, this little piece there called the chimney, that opens up strange spirits. That's why you hear, well, I don't know what got in the middle of that. I did. Okay, that's here. And so that's what it is. You can't stop nothing. It's out there. Out there. They were shocked, man, when them chimps, you ever see that? Where the chimps start washing them sweet potatoes, and 1,000 miles away, they start doing the same thing. Well, it's out there. It's out there. You know,
In the ether.
and white folk don't know. It's like a cat see a dog, and we do the same thing. We just been so busy suppressing it. Ain't no racists out there. I can't protect.
So,
you can't protect.
Let me go to the list. What have we learned today? Who are the real white folks? We covered that. We talked about racism. We talked about Cosby. We talked about Michael Jackson. We talked about the cost of fame and whether or not you need to sell your soul or what selling your soul is.
It ain't nothing to do with it. You ain't got no soul. Okay. When you sit, man, there's something. It's a violation of the universe to be a celebrity. That's why they need so much pussy and all that old fucked up drugs and shit. That's what that's about. Huh? You're not normal. Something happens to you inside. Universal. That's why you got to get you a new car every year. The problem is when I buy a Rolls Royce and hang out in the ghetto, I'm not hanging out with Rolls Royce people.
And the people that will exploit that.
Huh?
The people that will give you drugs, or people that will take advantage of that need that you have.
Oh shit! I know men getting girlfriend drugs. You know, so it just ain't white folks.
We talk about Selma. We talk about Straight Outta Compton. We didn't talk about Lucy. We'll have to do that another time.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
Oscars, post-racial versus black nationalism. Didn't really hit that.
No, that ain't no but bullshit.
Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Covered that.
That's bullshit.
Okay. Reverend Sullivan. Well, I think the All Lives Matter is sort of like, it's almost like we have to apologize for being black sometimes.
No, it's like when the Germans was doing to the Jews what they was doing, and they said Jewish lives matter. I won't hear nobody coming on Italian all that. Man, fuck y'all, man, get out my face. Huh?
Okay. We talked about the two books that transition from the book Nigger to Cows on My Soul. And, how do we solve the problem? You said we can't really solve it. We're part of it. We're in the belly of the beast. And
you pass it. Let me just say to see if I had my way. Hey God, just be 84 this birthday. Just give me one more child. I believe. I just won't be getting some pussy. I got this one planned. Give me a boy that will be the best in the history of every sport that's ever been created. My son. Greatest basketball, greatest football, every sport, he'll be the greatest. And I'd name him Nigger Gregory. And when them announcers would be there and say, the nigger cuts left. No, you got a lawsuit. His name is not the nigger. It's Nigger Gregory. And I got the money and the power to take y'all to court. I dare you to call him something that I didn't name him. It's Nigger Gregory. Nigger Gregory. And then you have to sit and say, wow, Nigger Gregory. Oh my God, never seen nothing like this nigga. No, it's not this nigga. I never seen nothing like Nigger Gregory. White boy, that's his name. You know what theater, when they talk about which one has just changed herself into a woman? Yeah, well, he must have no mirrors in the house. Well, he started off being an ugly man. What made him think he's gonna be a pretty woman? And that stuff you see on the magazine, they're $300,000 and $400,000 gowns. I got a frog can look good in that. 30 years ago, NBC was bankrupt. It was for sale. But he didn't understand white supremacy like most of us don't understand. White folks don't understand white supremacy.
But you get something? I'll take care of it.
No, I got it.
Okay. All right, we're going to talk about Cosby.
We talk about anything.
We'll talk about anything. So, all right. So we're here. We got the man.
And so what you need to do, man, because all over the world, let me tell you something, man.
All right, we're getting close to the end of this one. We already got people in here, so I'm gonna just keep it going. I'm gonna find another video. Give me 1 second.
Hear me? Okay. And we work trillions of dollars. So right now, as we stand here, the richest country in the world is North Korea. Because for millions of years, they had something, 90% of all the tungsten on the planet comes out of there. That's what the war was about.
Right.
Okay. Now, did nobody need it because you mix it with metals and it goes through temperature changes. So you can't go to outer space unless you have that. You can't build computers unless you have that.
Yeah, I got tungsten right here on my phone.
You hear me? Yep. No. But they tell you that they poor, the children are hungry, and you ain't never seen a skinny North Korean. Now here's the bad problem. When Truman sit down and worked out the trees, 38 parallel. Now, when we went over there, we just thought we were doing some ignorant niggers like Americans always think. When they got over there, they bumped into them Chinese and them Russians, because if we would have got it, white Europeans would have controlled everything. So when they signed the treaty, Truman said, okay, 1948. Now, there wasn't no two Koreas.
Right.
It was one. So then they said, okay, the North, you get half, we get half.
Right.
48 said in 2015,
It diverts. All of it go to the north. That was a long time ago. Nobody thought about it. That's why the shit's going on now. Okay, that's what this shit is.
That's about to switch over.
About to switch over, yeah. And everybody's gone stone crazy.
All right, we're gonna find another good one. Race, comedy, and justice. That's pretty good. Let me see if YouTube has not removed his hour and a half, 2.5 hours talks. Let me see here. Yeah, that one we watched these. We watched a lot of these. That's what he looked like who killed Martin Luther King. This is a good one. A lot of people don't know this story. He tells the whole thing. Did I click on that motherfucker? I think I did. Wait a minute. All right. All right, there we go. I didn't click on it. I'm stupid. Oh, here we go. This comes up because I got my ad blocker on. So it got to remove the ads and then play the video. So stupid.
ABC presents Thursday Night Special.
I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man.
Who killed Martin Luther King Jr.? Dr. King, as you already know, is the most eloquent and effective civil rights spokesman in our history until he was shot dead on a motel balcony in Memphis, Tennessee 9 years ago. The night before his assassination, Dr. King gave a speech that was a chilling premonition of his own death.
Began to talk about the threats that were out. What would happen to me from some of our sick white brothers. Well, I don't know what will happen now. But it really doesn't matter with me now. Because I've been to the mountaintop. I don't mind. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over. And I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you. But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Our first guest this evening is the comedian, social activist, humanitarian, and old friend of Dr. King, Dick Gregory, and an old friend of mine.
Fine. God bless you.
Bless you. Welcome. How do you feel when you see that?
God, what can you say? I've reflected many times on what we really lost. Not what he meant on television, but quietly in talking to you. It was never honky or those white folks, of which many of us black folks feel we have to do to communicate with our brothers and sisters. And he never said nothing with you quietly about that whole movement that he couldn't say on worldwide television. That never changed. There was a piece about him in the midst of all the nonsense. And I never understood it then. I know it now. In St. Louis, Missouri, they named the street after me. Dick Gregory Place runs into Martin Luther King Drive. And I go back and I look at that because that's the story of my life. I bumped into King and it changed my whole life. Last year, I ran from Los Angeles, California to New York City. Not one insult. At no time was my life endangered at all. Martin knew that 10 years ago that there will be a day when you as a black human being with a white or another black human being can go all the way across this country. And that was the peace that he had. He knew, and we didn't know where it was going. I know now that America is mature enough to accept all types of truths, although we don't want to deal with the truth. But when the truth is presented to us,
we can handle it. And he knew that. And that I didn't know.
How did you get involved in this inquiry, the reinvestigation of his assassination?
When Mark Lane called me and said, you know, I have something I want you to hear. And when I listened to Mr. Murdoch, I knew that was the connecting point. I knew that was the one thing that would get it over.
It's a former FBI agent that we'll be speaking with Arthur Murtaugh later on in the program. Dick mentions Mark Lane. He is the co-author with Dick Gregory of a book on the King assassination. The book is called Operation Zorro. Mark Lane, who I'm sure you all know, is no stranger to this program. He's a veteran conspiracy investigator. He is an attorney. He is an author and another friend. Hi, Mark.
Hi, how are you, brother? Thank you again for raising this question when it has to be raised in America.
I have to say that we have moved heaven and earth on this program, trying to get an official spokesman from the Department of Justice to come on to contradict some of the things that you are about to hear from Mark and Dick and Arthur Murtaugh, the FBI agent. The people at the Department of Justice, specifically Michael Shaheen, told us that they rely entirely on this official report of the Department of Justice Task Force to review the FBI Martin Luther King Jr. security and assassination investigations. And Mark, before we start, I want to read some of those official conclusions into the King assassination. I'm quoting from page 64. In all the years following the assassination, the FBI investigation has failed to reveal any connection between any alleged conspirators and James Earl Ray, including those alleged by Ray himself. Moving on to recommendations on page 143. The task force does not fault the technical competence of the investigation conducted into the death of Dr. King. We found no new evidence which calls for action by state or federal authorities regarding the King assassination. First of all, I'd like you to reply to the official position.
The official position that the FBI in all of these years has not found any additional evidence regarding the death of Dr. King is understandable when one looks at all the evidence, which I think establishes beyond question that people employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation must be considered to be prime suspects in the murder of Dr. King. Therefore, to allow a group in the Atlanta office called the Destroy King Squad, established by Mr. Hoover to destroy Dr. King, to conduct basically the entire investigation into the murder of Dr. King is to say that we don't really expect to find out anything from them. And the conclusion that the task force of the Department of Justice has found no additional evidence, I think that's probably true. And that's because if you read the opening of the task force report, it states that that was not their job. They were just going to look into and see how the FBI did. In any event, I think what is so clear now with the Gallup poll showing that 11% of American people believe that Oswald did it alone, 18% of the American people believe that James R. Ray did it alone. What is required for the American people is not another Warren Commission report, a sealed volume with conclusions, but the evidence unfolded before our eyes so the American people can see the evidence and reach their own conclusions. And that's what we have all been calling for all these years. Unfortunately, Congress is now moving in that direction.
Okay, Congress is moving in that direction, but set the scene for our viewers tonight. Martin Luther King is in Memphis, Tennessee. There's a sanitation strike. He's gone to support the sanitation workers in their struggle. He's staying in a place called the Lorraine Motel.
Yeah, why was he there, first of all?
Okay, it's April 1968. Take it from there.
All right, he had been there in March 28th, to lead a nonviolent demonstration, which was what he always led, of course. That was turned into a violent confrontation. We now know it was done by agent provocateurs associated with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who turned a nonviolent march into a violent confrontation with the Memphis police. And in the melee and the actions that followed, one young black man was shot to death. Many people were maced. I think it was the first time mace was used against Americans in the streets of our cities. And Dr. King, therefore, was compelled to return.
All right, so he's in the Lorraine Motel. I also have to add, in fairness, because I have to play the part of devil's advocate to the extent that the official people have refused to come on the program. They say that their investigation concludes that the FBI did, in fact, have a, quote, destroy King squad that we'll be getting into, but they say that they can take no criminal action against anybody responsible for those actions because the statute of limitation has passed, or the guilty people, rather, have either died or retired. And that the only people left in the FBI who could be held responsible, at least administratively, it would be unfair because they were only taking orders from their superiors. The report also says that the FBI is cleared of any criminal involvement in the King death. I just have to say that as a matter of record.
Sure, they cleared themselves. There's no question about that. They said that there was no involvement, but I think the Congress, in looking at the facts, may come to a different conclusion.
Let's talk about the facts.
All right, now we have Dr. King in place at the Lorraine Motel.
He has a 10-man security squad.
Yeah, at one point, and then it was reduced to 2 men. The man in charge is Ed Reddit, black detective. He's there because Reverend Billy Kiles, who was Dr. King's host, asked that Reddit be in charge of security. He's there. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lieutenant Arkin, the head of the Domestic Intelligence Squad, the Memphis Police, drives up and says to Reddit, Holloman has to see you at once. Holloman was the director of fire and police in Memphis, the only man ever to have been the director of both, and he just came in a short time before then. He, incidentally, had been a high-ranking official, Mr. Holloman had, in the FBI for 25 years. In fact, he had been the chief inspector who personally ran Mr. Hoover's office for 8 years prior to this time when he took over this new job. Holloman called in Reddit, and he said to Reddit, You see this gentleman? This man is from the United States Secret Service. He's just flown down from Washington because it's a death threat against you. A group in Mississippi has conspired with people in Missouri, and they're here in Tennessee with guns looking for you. So I'm putting you at home. Reddit protested, but he was taken home. And he kept on saying, but I'm in charge of security. There's only one man there. He won't be able to do anything without me. And the answer was, this is a direct order. And while Reddit was in his car in front of his house saying, can't I go back? This is a delicate time. Dr. King will be leaving the Lorraine Motel. They heard on the radio that Dr. King had been shot.
Okay, summing up again. A 10-man security force cut down to 2 men. One of the 2, Detective Ed Reddit, is taken off the case.
He was the man in charge.
He was the man in charge, okay? We have a brief film clip now I'd like you to see, ladies and gentlemen. It was an interview conducted by ABC correspondent Gil Noble and Detective Ed Reddit. The question asked of Detective Reddit is, why do you think you were taken off the case?
I think because whoever pulled the trigger, I could identify.
That was Detective Ed Reddit, who was chief of Martin Luther King Security Detail in Memphis before he was removed from the case. Now, Mark, you spoke with the alleged assassin, James Earl Ray himself. Here's the interview.
Dr. King was killed at about 6 o'clock. What time did you first get to the room?
I would say about 4 o'clock, maybe a few minutes before 4.
Do you recall where you were when Dr. King was killed?
Well, we've made investigations, statements, and interviewed various witnesses and things like that. We tried to pin down just where I was at, and I was most likely was either in a service station or just leaving it. And I was in various different places running errands between 4 and 6 o'clock. I think this particular time we're referring to, that was I had a flat tire the night before that, and these parties person I was with was excuse me, was supposed to use the auto that night, and I was going to get it serviced and everything ready. And I think that's when the shooting took place.
What did you do after you had the tire fixed and you went back toward the motel?
Yes, I believe I ran into a roadblock. I noticed a lot of police in the area, and the police cars blocking off the area. I'm not positive. One of them may have waved me off, but I do recall police in the area, and I went the other direction naturally.
Why naturally?
Well, at the time I was a fugitive from Missouri, and it wouldn't have made any difference anyway. I was still left the area if police were in the area.
And how did you first learn that Dr. King had been shot?
I would guess on the radio approximately 20 minutes later. I was heading towards New Orleans.
What did you hear?
I think there was a report that he'd been shot, and I didn't pay too much attention to that. And I say 15 or 20 minutes later, there was a report that they were looking for a white Mustang, which did.
And what did you decide to do at the time?
Well, at the time before I heard about the Mustang, I was going to New Orleans where I had some contacts and possibly make a phone call. And after I heard about the looking for the Mustang, I had to make certain assumptions that they were looking for me. And instead of going to New Orleans, I went to Atlanta, Georgia.
Did you pull the trigger on the rifle to kill Dr. King?
No, I didn't. No.
That from James Earl Ray. Stay with us. We're about to be joined by a former FBI agent who'll be telling us about an awful creation of J. Edgar Hoover's. It was called the Destroy King Squad. That, and more on the murder of Dr. King after this. Dick Gregory, Mark Lane, and I have been joined by a retired special agent for the FBI. His name is Arthur Murtaugh. He joined the Bureau in 1951 and served as a special agent until his retirement in 1971. He now practices law and is an associate professor of criminal justice at Clarkson College in upstate New York. Arthur, welcome on the program. What exactly was your assignment at the FBI?
I was a special agent in the FBI for 20 years in different parts of the country. I spent the last 11 years in Atlanta.
Did you witness or participate in any efforts by the FBI to discredit Dr. King?
I did not participate in them, but I was aware about 1962 that a very carefully orchestrated vendetta had been organized to discredit Dr. King. The history of this goes back to the activities in Albany, Georgia, where Dr. King made some criticism of the Bureau. And from that time on, there was more time spent in connection with discrediting Dr. King, at least in the Atlanta office, than there was on all the rest of the security work put together.
Was there a Destroy King squad?
Well, the squad, I remarked just before coming on that it probably would be better not to use the term Destroy King squad. It wasn't called that. Its purpose certainly was to destroy King. It was called, like any other squad, it was a security squad of the Atlanta office. And everything they did, or most of what they did, was designed to discredit Dr. King.
Like what?
Well, like keeping a wiretap on him for many years and taking the information off the wiretap, anything that was unfavorable, and attempting to peddle it to newspapers throughout the country and get it published. This was a procedure that went on day after day, and it was open. Everybody in the office, I think, knew it. I knew it, and I'm sure most other people knew it.
How do you feel about that now?
Well, I feel the same as I did then. I think it was a miscarriage of justice, and it should have been stopped.
Where were you when Dr. King was shot?
I was in the office in Atlanta, just getting ready to sign out to go home.
What was the response of some of your colleagues?
As we were walking out about 10 minutes to 7 or 5 minutes to 7, we heard on the radio that played in the office the news of Dr. King's death, and of the news that he had been shot. And at that, this fellow who was a squad member and an agent literally jumped up and down with glee, and he well, I wouldn't want to demonstrate it, but he actually physically jumped off the ground and said, I'm glad the son of a bitch, I'm glad they got him. I hope the son of a bitch is dead. And a few minutes later, while we were signing out, the news came over that Dr. King had been killed, and he went through the same antics of, I'm glad he's dead, and so on. Now, I walked with him from down to where we parked our cars, and I talked with him, and I said, I don't understand your attitude. And he went on to explain to me that he thought Dr. King was a threat to the security of the United States and that he was happy that he was dead, period.
Do you think that that was a prevalent mood within the Bureau?
I think that the Bureau, the agents that I knew that worked in, particularly in the security area, due to the system of selection of agent personnel, there had been a group of agents selected that were, for the most part, extremely rightist in their thinking. Many of them were radicals on the right, and I'm as opposed to radicals on the left as I am to radicals on the right. But many of these people were radicals on the right, and they were racist-oriented, and they fed the system that Hoover wanted in the effort to destroy King, yes.
Is it possible, in your mind, that as Mark and Dick suggest in their book, the FBI or members of the Bureau, past members, deceased or living, could or can be considered suspects in the assassination of Dr. King?
Of course. No question about it whatsoever. Now, I wouldn't want to thrust suspicion on all FBI agents by any manner of means, but I knew agents that I would not trust in a circumstance involving the security of a person like Dr. King. I knew agents who hated and said so openly. I recall an incident where an agent came in on the investigation where the civil rights workers were buried in Philadelphia, Mississippi, and a fellow came in, and I was sitting waiting to get into the inspector's office to get my instructions. And I was sitting talking to this fellow, and I said, what do you think about the death of these civil rights workers? And he was an agent, a man 40 years old. He said, I told the inspector a few minutes ago, when I heard about the killing of those 3 civil rights workers, if they are killed, and it isn't some kind of a ruse, I told him a thrill of joy went up my spine. Now, there were that kind of people in the FBI. Not very many, you see, but enough to, in my judgment, make it very plausible that somebody in the FBI could have leaked information and could have assisted in an assassination plot against Dr. King. I don't mean to say that I know that they did. I'm just saying that it should be investigated.
Yeah, I agree with you. Stay with us. Let's take a commercial break. We'll be right back after this. We're back. My guests are Mark Lane, Dick Gregory, and Arthur Murtaugh, a retired FBI agent. And Dick and Mark, I want you to comment and respond to what you've heard Arthur just say.
You know, I said earlier that I think America is mature enough to deal with the truth. And I just say that, you know, if my father was an FBI agent and all the publicity coming out on the FBI, I would feel much better tonight after knowing that there's some Arthur Murtaughs around with the FBI. And I think that it is this type of individual that will overshadow all the wrongs of this nation and various organizations. If, like he said, happens, if they can be cleaned out at the top. And I love you. And I thank God we have people like you.
Mark?
Well, hearing Mr. Murtaugh again, it's just a chilling experience to think of what was taking place. And you compare the speech that Dr. King made with what people in the FBI were thinking about him. I don't know how anyone in Congress could hear Arthur Murtaugh and not say this must be investigated thoroughly. And we are all of us are really grateful.
I learned in 1958 when a man who at that time was, or right after that time, became an assistant director, he said to me in connection with the matter, he said, Art, you want to get this information to Mr. Hoover. And he said, I know you're right, and I know that what you're saying is of good principle and so forth, and I admire a man of good principle. But he said, you've got to make up your mind that we don't have any place for people of principle in the FBI. And you're either going to have to give up your principles or get out of the FBI. And I told him at that time, I said, no way am I going to get out of the FBI. I'm going to stay in, and I'm going to find out what's wrong with the FBI, and at the opportune moment, I'm going to do something about it.
Arthur, I want to quote again from the Department of Justice Task Force official report. Quote from page 63. Based on our review of the files, the task force is satisfied that the FBI did a credible and thorough job in attempting to identify any possible conspiracy or persons who could have been involved in the murder. Do you think it's possible that the same people, the same personalities who were
Help
involved
me.
in the
She's
FBI's
making me
efforts to
rubber
discredit
feet.
King could have conducted a thorough and credible investigation of his assassination?
I certainly do not think that they could.
For instance, the gentleman that you said was in the Atlanta office when you were, who jumped for joy at the news of Dr. King's death, was he involved in the subsequent investigation?
Yes, he had I think there weren't very many agents involved in the actual investigation. Probably a lot of them had leads. Probably 8 or 9 actually shaped up the investigation in Atlanta, and he would have been one of those 8 or 9.
Incredible. I hope Congress is listening. Our next guest will be Congressman Walter Fauntroy. He's the U.S. representative from Washington, D.C. He was formerly a close associate of Dr. King, and he was also one of the organizers of the historic March on Washington in 1963. Congressman Fauntroy co-sponsored the congressional resolution that called for the establishment of a House Assassination Committee. And he's now chairman of the Martin Luther King Jr. Assassination Subcommittee. Congressman, thank you very much for coming on the program. Why don't we start with your bringing us up to date? What is the status of the congressional inquiry right now into the assassination of Dr. King?
We are pursuing 2 lines of inquiry. First, we are reviewing all available data on investigations conducted by state, local, and federal authorities on the matter. And then secondly, we're pursuing previously unpursued leads and some new leads that have come to us since we've begun the investigation.
What do you think about the evidence contained in the Gregory Lane book?
Well, quite frankly, it was astounding evidence, and it was that evidence which prompted me to move in the House to sort of reopen the whole question. In March of 1976, the whole question of the investigation had sort of failed in the Rules Committee. But once I had gained access to this information and moved around the Hill talking to leadership, we decided to open the question again, and that resulted in the committee being established.
Tell me frankly what the sentiment is in Congress. Do you think a meaningful search for the truth is possible?
I think a meaningful search for the truth is possible, and that, in fact, we're going to find out the truth. I believe that. I have been somewhat puzzled by the attitude I found among some people on the Hill and in the country at large that seem to say, leave it buried, we don't want to know. I think we're going to know. Dr. King used to say, truth crushed to earth will rise again. I think it's going to rise, and this committee will preside over the resurrection of it.
I certainly hope so. Congressman, thank you very much for coming on. Now, even if we take as an established fact that James Earl Ray was a raging bigot whose blind hatred of the civil rights movement knew no rational bounds, and
All right, so that was the first interview they did about it.
To an elevator.
The second one,
Take you to the mountain complex.
let me see.
Tape it.
All right, there we go. No.
We'll be right back.
Hold on. God, YouTube's.
All right, this is it. How are we on that?
2 minutes.
Spelled it wrong, but I don't care.
Culture sees it coming.
Doesn't matter. We deal with him. We deal with them.
It used to be, I think they took a lot of his videos off the internet. God damn it. Is this it?
I'm sorry about her.
Hold on. I'm looking for it.
You really loved him. Pam said
Good evening. We are honored tonight to present Dick Gregory, a legendary comedian, political activist, author, recording artist, and nutritionist. Born in 1932 in St. Louis, Missouri, Mr. Gregory became an activist even when he was in high school, when he protested segregation and racial discrimination. An outstanding track star, he won a scholarship to the Southern Illinois University at Carbondale And along with his athletic achievements, he, by the way, set a school record in the half mile. He also continued his social activism. Drafted into the Army in 1954, during his 2-year service, he won several talent shows as a comic. He started his professional career in Chicago in the late 1950s and had his big break in 1961 when, with his great success at the Chicago Playboy Club, he earned a profile in Time magazine and a television spot on the Jack Paar Show. He was a new kind of Black comedian, cool, detached, ironic. He used social and political satire to help audiences rethink their perceptions about race. I can bear personal witness to this. In 1965, and I feel I probably should repeat that. I just found out that Professor Connor was only born in that year. But in 1965, when I was a sophomore in college, I attended a youth conference in Miami where Dick Gregory was the keynote speaker. Here I was, a girl from a very small town.
We don't care about this bitch, do we? No, we fucking don't.
And as exciting as all of that was,
Shut the fuck up.
after tonight, I think you'll probably agree. We are delighted to present Gregory and his evening of humor and humanity.
Let me say thank you very much. And I thank and praise God we've all made it here safely today. I pray to God that your return and my return will be equally as safe. First, let me say thanks to those of you who made this evening possible. My job is very easy. I just have to produce a body. So we thank you. Secondly, let me thank the folks who handles the physical part of it. Somebody picked me up tonight and somebody sure enough gonna take me back. These mics and chairs didn't just jump up here. And when we leave here tonight, folks, we'll never know their name. We'll come in after we're gone and clean up behind us. And for all those invisible faces, we say thank you. And thirdly, those of you that interrupted your evening to come and share this with us, because had you not made that decision, the rest of it wouldn't have mattered. So to you and you and you, we say thank you. The closer it gets to Inauguration Day, the more I think about King. And think about how blessed I was to the biggest story that's ever happened in the history of the planet was that movement. A white, racist, sexist, insane system, it'll be 200 years before you find out what the rest of the world knows.
All right, I appreciate y'all for hanging around. I found the video.
I very seldom mess up my day.
All right, this is the video. Y'all pay attention.
We had 3 big demonstrations in Washington, D.C. My mom, Jamal, moved. I was on death row. We went to the White House today, and then we went to the Justice Department today. And it's just something wrong with a system that they can keep everybody so ignorant, and yet everybody thinks they're so smart. That shooting that happened in Philadelphia, Philadelphia at that time was one of the few cities in the world where a cab driver could carry a gun. So he legitimately had a legal gun. His gun was a .38. The cop was killed with a .44. That shouldn't even be debatable. I mean, we run around asking for a trial. That shouldn't even be debatable. They should have to explain how a .38. Because I tell you one thing. If a cop gunned down a black, and the cop had a .38, and the black was hit with a .44, there wouldn't be no question that the cop didn't do it. And then we left there, went out to the state capitol in Annapolis, Maryland, police brutality. And then by that time, I got behind in my vitamins, and so I was rushing. So I said, well, I'll just take my vitamins after I finish speaking. And so I said, but I think I'll hit a little ginseng real quick and open up my little ginseng and pop that. Not till a few minutes ago did I realize I made a mistake and took my Viagra. So I got to talk quick so I can get on out of here. When that stuff kick in, y'all talk about we do anything for Brother Dick. We'll see. Brother Dick don't need no money. Everybody take care of brother. We'll see when that stuff kick in. Now there are some serious drawbacks with Viagra. Sometimes you can't get through that scanner at the airport. Then they ask all the most stupid questions at the airport. It's been with you all day. Did you pack it yourself? And I don't use that old regular kind of street stuff. I get mine from the doctor. $10 start, bill me at the house. He called me in California the other day. My wife had sent a check in for $3,010. She said, she must have made a mistake. I said, she didn't make a mistake. She knows it costs $10. That $3,000 was just saying thanks. And then after I got here this evening, I almost didn't make it because these cab drivers have got so upset here lately. I was right down the corner, just sneezed and raised my hand. 20 cabs said, come on, we take you. I said, I don't want a cab. Get on in here, boy. It's amazing what fear do. And fear and God do not occupy the same space. I thinking about the Martin Luther King holiday and thinking about a few days of the Black History Month. Progress, God Almighty. I'm 68 years old. I remember when they used to call it Negro History Week. Now it's Black Month. Of course, when you know when they get ready to give us a month, be that month of February, all them days missing. I mean, I never expected a 31 day, but I was stunned when they laid February on it. But most black folks I know, not only do we not like February, we don't even understand it. February 2nd, what's a groundhog? February 2nd, groundhog season shadow 6 more weeks of winter. Now tell that to somebody living in San Diego. February 2nd, I was doing a radio show in Chicago. White dude said, Gregory, today's Groundhog Day. What do you think happened to Groundhog season shadow? I said, I don't play that groundhog. Let's back up off that. And then the white boy got real hot. You anti-American, anti-social? What's wrong with the groundhog? I didn't know you felt that way about it. If you feel that way about it, ask me again. I'll play it. Say, today's Groundhog Day, boy. What happened today for Groundhog season shadow? I said, 6 more weeks of winter, sir. But since we're going to play it, let's keep on playing. Suppose that groundhog came out today and didn't see a shadow, see 5 black dudes. What does that mean? The boy got nervous. Said, I don't know what it means. It's 6 more weeks of basketball. So the amount of progress we have made is just like last year I was Super Bowl Stevie Wonder and I was doing a project, and we had to finish it up. Stevie Wonder was the halftime entertainment, so I had to follow him down to the Super Bowl. First time I ever been to, they were going to be serious about the Super Bowl. They dropped $600 million in 4 days. Serious about the Super Bowl. And they stand in line, matter of fact, 4 days, waiting to get in. 4 days before the game, they in line. Oh, in Stevie Wonder's room, looking at it with binoculars. It's about 4 days before. It's about 10,000 white folks lined up. I said, Stevie, I wish you could see this. The second day, about 10,000 more showed up. They still got 2 days to go, and they still there. It was in Miami, and they showed it, barbecuing, but they just happy, just waiting on the gate to open. And the third day, about 40,000 white folks standing in that line waiting to get in. And then the last day, they opened the gate at 12:30, and about 11:35, here come a brother. And I said, Stevie, I'm glad you think, I would really be this brother gonna walk to the front. I mean, these white folks been standing in that serious line for 4 days, and the brother, clean shoes, got on a suit and, serious shoes. He ain't got none of them Nikes and tennis stuff on. And sure enough, the brother walked to the front of the line. I just didn't even want them white folks grab him. 6 burly white boys threw him about 7 yards back and stomped on him. And the brother got up and just brushed his stuff off and went right back up. I said, what kind of drugs? And 10 of these white boys grabbed him and knocked him down, just stomped on him.
All right, I don't know if y'all hear that static, but I hear static. So hold on real quick. Give me 1 second.
What do you see up there?
There's a ladder! And to the door!
Colorful fall isn't something that you normally see. I really like jewel tones, emerald green or mustard. Why can't I just throw some pink in there? Why can't I just all the colors?
Mute the damn ads on the TV. Hold on, y'all, real quick. I hear static in this video. They don't like this video on YouTube. So the algorithm fucks it up. So you don't just find Dick Gregory who killed Martin Luther King. You see what I'm saying? You don't see that. Like I typed in the exact name of the video I'm looking for and it won't find it because it fucked up the algorithm. Because they know what he's talking about. It's a bunch of videos that are kind of grainy. And then it's, I don't know. They fucked up the algorithm. I think this is it. I'm trying to find one without the static. The information is good, but he does a comedy bit in the beginning, so that's why it's funny. I mean, that's why I like it.
Be that month of February, all them days missing.
You see how it's not grainy? Told you they don't want this shit on the internet. You should download this.
31 day, but I was stunned when they laid February on it. Because most black folks I know, not only do we not like February, we don't even understand it. February the 2nd, what's a groundhog? February the 2nd, the groundhog season shadows 6 more weeks of winter. Now tell that to somebody living in San Diego. Last February the 2nd, I was doing a radio show in Chicago. White dude said, Dick Gregory, today's Groundhog Day. What do you think happened to Groundhog season shadows? I said, I don't play that groundhog mess. So back up off that. And then the white boy got real hot. You anti-American, anti-social? What's wrong with the groundhog? I didn't know you felt that way about it. If you feel that way about it, ask me again. I'll play it. See, today's Groundhog Day, boy. What happened today if the groundhog sees his shadow? I said, 6 more weeks of winter, sir. But since we're going to play it, let's keep on playing. Suppose that groundhog came out today and didn't see his shadow, but see 5 black dudes. What do that mean? The boy got nervous and said, I don't know what it means. It means 6 more weeks of basketball.
the amount of progress we have made is just like last year. I was at the Super Bowl. Stevie Wonder and I was doing a project, and we hadn't finished it up. And Stevie Wonder was the halftime entertainment, so I had to follow him down to the Super Bowl. First time I ever been, and everybody gonna be serious about the Super Bowl. They dropped $600 million in 4 days. Serious about the Super Bowl. And they stand in line, matter of fact, 4 days, waiting to get in. 4 days before the game, they in line. Oh, in Stevie Wonder's room, looking at it with binoculars. It's about 4 days before. It's about 10,000 white folks lined up. I said, Stevie, I wish you could see this. The second day, about 10,000 more showed up. They still got 2 days to go, and they still there. It was in Miami, and they short, and barbecuing, but they just happy, just waiting on the gate to open. And the third day, about 40,000 white folks standing in that line waiting to get in. Then the last day, they opened up the gate at 12:30, and about 11:35, here come a brother. And I said, Stevie, I'm glad you came. I really believe this brother gonna walk to the front of the line. I mean, these white folks been standing in that serious line for 4 days, and the brother, he clean too, got on a suit and, serious shoes. He ain't got none of them Nikes and tennis stuff on. And sure enough, the brother walked to the front of the line, and I just didn't even want them white folks grab him, and 6 burly white boys, and threw him out 7 yards back and stomped on him, and the brother got up and just brushed his stuff off and went right back up. I said, what kind of drugs can he be on? And 10 of these white boys grabbed him and knocked him down, just stomped on him, and he got up and brushed himself off again, looked at him and said, look, y'all want to get in here, you better be cool. I'm the brother with the key. I'm in charge now. The game. But you really have to see, if you're going to live in a sick, insane country like this, you got to pay attention. And that's the problem. Some of y'all so busy being mad, so busy rapping, you ain't got time to be quiet. And just pay attention. You can't trick the universal self. I'm not talking about that old mumbo-jumbo stuff that's been manipulated through culture patterns. See it and scared to say anything about it. I don't have no problem with celebrating Dr. King's death day, April the 4th. King was gunned down. If you want to celebrate that day every year, it's April the 4th. JFK was gunned down in Dallas, November the 22nd. You want to celebrate that day, that's no problem. And born and raised in the Baptist Christian Church, I had no problem with the crucifixion of Christ. I just couldn't understand how Easter and Good Friday represents the crucifixion of Christ. And one year Easter come in March, and another year come in April. And I just didn't know how you could be killed in 2 different months. And I didn't get into that. Then when I started peeping at the good books and saw that 3,000 years before Christ was born, the pagans were celebrating Christmas and Easter. And I just closed the book up and just left that one alone. But there's a universal God force that you was born with. And it ain't got nothing to do with reading and writing. In fact, I was with some boys in Europe not too long ago. Serious white boys sitting around drinking cognac at $40,000 a shot. And that's cheap cognac, because up on the 16th floor where we was, it started at $100,000 a shot. Serious white boys that know everything major was stolen from us. They know that. See, they have to start out with truth before they can trick you. And they were discussing the fact about 2025, there'll be no such thing as reading and writing. And I didn't have no problem with that, because reading and writing ain't godly, ain't spiritual, ain't universal. How is it I can leave here and go to Tokyo tonight and I don't understand what they saying and can't read what they wrote? That's a game they play. I go to Africa and run across Africa look more like me than me. I don't know what they say. So this thing is moving fast. Y2K, don't get rid of your water yet. Matter of fact, if they pull off what they gonna pull off, just water ain't gonna save you. This country spent $200 billion getting ready for January the 1st. The bank spent $200 million. Africa ain't spent a quarter. And all their stuff worked on January 1st. So either they know something or voodoo worked. Or maybe they gave us the wrong date. Because right tonight, the Pentagon has a $50 million Y2K war room. So y'all go and play your game. The FBI cannot take no time off till after March. United States military, division after division after division, has been in place. And they'll be there till after March. I had a problem with Y2K because I just didn't believe this white boy could be smart enough to invent a computer 30 years ago and didn't know it wouldn't roll over. So that's why I didn't buy it. And then when I saw all the tricking that was going down, I said, what do you got planned? And now they made big announcements yesterday that the computer, credit card computers, y'all hear about that? They messed up. And so say it's going to start billing you twice. So I call my credit card people and say, well, when will it mess up where I won't get no bill? How y'all going to tell me y'all got a computer that go out, but it go out in your face? See, it don't take much to think when you get away from that old mumbo jumbo and all the more nasty attitude. You go home, write a letter, take a stamp, and lick it and put it on that letter, and you can send that letter all the way around the world. Hot, cold, and that stamp don't fall off. What did you just put in your mouth? What did you put in your mouth that you can send all the way around the world and it won't come off? You walk down the street long enough, your laces are untied. What is on that stamp? And the people that deliver it, they're not friendly, they just toss it. And the stamp don't come off. And you just... Somewhere when you just stop and just think about the game. And sometimes you get so wrapped up in the thing. First, there's something got to be wrong with all of us to choose to stay in a filthy, degenerate, ungodly, unspiritual country like this. So then if you're going to stay here, you prepare yourself. If you're going to live up north in the wintertime, you don't get none of them old lightweight pimp outfits. You get some serious clothes. Y'all is in the heart of this vicious, insane craziness. And just walk around like... You go to white colleges and just... I went to white college, but I know they was doing so. I didn't know what it was. But they knew I knew. Because every time I walk down campus, I take 3 steps and stop. They say, what's wrong? I said, I know y'all doing something that ain't right. You got, and they, I mean, they right in front of your face, they do it. Patty Hearst gets kidnapped. You remember that? She in bed, huh? She go to the door with her, whatever white women sleep in, and they snatch her out the door. But they can identify her, huh, with robbing the bank in Oakland because she dropped her driver's license. Now, do white women go to bed with their driver's license? Hear me good now. Because if I come to your house and snatch you in your pajamas, then 3 weeks later, your driver's license show up, huh? Oh, you see that old Cuban mess? If that little white Cuban boy would have been black, they'd have threw him back in the water where his mama died. Okay. Time magazine last week, 2 weeks ago, picked Man of the Year. White boy, Amazon.com. Did y'all see that? Here. Here's a white boy ain't made a profit since he been in business. $300 million in debt, and he the man of the year. I called Time Magazine and said, y'all just want some pictures, some folks ain't got no money, why don't you go to Chicago to the housing projects and put that whole housing project on the cover? And then they decided that they was going to do the man of the century, huh? Of the century. And they had some serious problems with that. Hitler kept winning. Jesus was second. Huh? This country y'all choose to live in, if you're going to live here, you better, huh? So then they said, well, let's take Jesus out because he really wasn't here this century. And then Hitler got all his votes. But that shouldn't surprise nobody black, because when they sold OJ's t-shirt, jersey, that white boy took it and burned it on the courthouse steps. And you know he wouldn't have burned Hitler's jacket. If they find Hitler's jacket, huh? They would put it in a museum. And so you better listen to that God-given consciousness. That's the one that won't fail you. And so they picked the man of the century, huh? Einstein. And matters what y'all need to do, y'all need to make y'all up a real-time copy. You know how you do? And this is the fake one. The real one is put Dr. Martin Luther King picture on it. Why? Because Einstein was talking about theories and all that kind of crap. King was talking about human rights. And Einstein, if he was alive, he would tell you, had he had human rights in Germany, he wouldn't have had to leave there to come over here to make his stuff work. Huh? And we keep saying, well, China, you can't do this, and they don't say Chinese, they can't get in this or get in that because they don't have computers or they don't understand mathematics. They talk about human rights. And nobody has furthered the cause of human rights in the history of this planet like Dr. King and our black movement. But we have to stop waiting on the oppressor to recognize us. So we need to make t-shirts and sell them all the way across the country and pick our person of the century. And just put it right back in their face. That's the power we have. somewhere when you stop and think about how fast this thing is moving. I said, if you're not ready to move with it and have fun quick, because recess is just about over. The old white boy messed up with the computer because he didn't really have leap year in his psyche. This year is the first time leap year comes on a 0-0 year since 1600. And there is no computer. It got 29 days for next month. Now, it didn't start off with a trick. He just overlooked that. When that Gregorian calendar was put together by Pope Gregory the 13th, and he said there's more than 365 days to the year. There's 365 plus, so every 4 years, let's add a day. But it has to be divisible by 400. And then that's when you get the leap year. And when they put the computers together, the fact that leap year haven't fell on a 0-0 since 1600, and it won't fall again after this year to 2400, they wasn't aware of that. That's what they worried about. That's what they worried about. And I'm watching, I'm shopping. I went out and spent $30,000 on Neiman Marcus. I'm shopping till I know I'm waiting on it to fail. I'm buying stuff for black folks I don't even like. And another thing you black folks got to stop doing, y'all got to stop getting in debt, then being scared. You got the stuff, you should be happy. Y'all run around talking about reparations, you got it. Then you're going to send the money in anyway. Then get your credit, get all messed. I'm so tired of running around black folks want to have good credit. You got good credit, you ain't got no cash. I'm trying to find me some black folks with a lot of cash and bad credit. Oh, silly brother called me the other day, all upset. They're about to repossess my car. What must I do? Don't park in front of the house. Car green, painted red. I mean, the biggest problem I had with my wife, Lily, when I first got married, she couldn't have no debt. Up in the house one day, what are we going to do about Sears and Roebuck? I said, you act like we got some money. We don't have no money. And when I get some money, Sears and Roebuck is not my first priority. I told her Sears knew I wasn't going to pay for this stuff when I got it. You know, on the back of the application, said, who's going to pay for this? I wrote your mama. But I walked in the house 2 weeks later, I thought my wife was having a nervous breakdown. She's screaming and hollering and waving this letter. They did it. I said, baby, they did it. Says Roebuck, final notice. I looked at final notice. Thank God we won't be hearing from them no more. I was down in Atlanta yesterday. I was doing this television show. His wife, I said, well, you know, Art Rocker, the baseball player that made all them old stupid statements, and now they said he needs to see a psychiatrist. Guy asked me what about? I said, no, I'm the one that needs to see the psychiatrist. After reading what he said, I'm the one that got a problem, not him. The games. Somewhere. And I just thank this organization and what you all are doing in the United Africans to live in this city here. And y'all really double-cross black folks all over the world. Y'all got people outside here thinking New York, if you just get to New York, you got it made. You get to New York, you get shot. Thank God for Sharpton and all that. And you know, I'm not looking at Madison and his wife up here, and I just say, do you know this brother with his intelligence could be somewhere behaving himself and living good and going through all the changes and wouldn't have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning, taking care of somebody's hotel bill and all of that. But thank God that God picks people every now and then Say you. And every time these white folks in this town get ready to do something wrong, they got to think, what's so bad is the short we're going to do? And as bad as the cops are here, if it wasn't for movements like this here, they'd be worse. It'd be worse. And don't think you can behave yourself out of a whooping. You can educate yourself out of a whooping. PhD, y'all look in the mirror and see your children intelligent, speaking French and all that. They see nigger when they see you. And I had it happen in my family as a good example. My baby son, I tell people all over the world, there's 30 brilliant minds on the planet. He's between 1 and 3. And we don't have to be validated by Harvard or Yale or MIT. He went to Phillips Academy High School. We paid $25,000 a year for him to go to high school at the time when Harvard was just charging $19,000. At high school he went to, at the time he was there, had produced 12 presidents. Since then, Bush become 13 presidents now. At one time, 85% of the people that controlled the Fortune 500 went to that high school my baby went to. He leaves there and go to Howard University, have one of the highest grade points in the history of the School of Finance. He graduates on Saturday. One of my daughters graduated from Georgetown Law School on Sunday. They told me and my wife, they said, in 35 years of my husband and I running this, we've never seen a legal mind like your daughter. 6 months later, neither one of them had a job. Y'all gonna play your games if you want to. Y'all go on and believe you can educate this thing away. Y'all go on and believe you can smile it away. You can behave it away. And so like Maddie said, you know, black folk love me, so I made a phone call and collected some IOU to win the false. Will you please get these 2 punks out my house? Anybody can get 10 children out of college. I got them out the house. You got to be a genius to do that. My daughter come here and take that New York bar exam and walked away with 7 hours of despair. My son wanted to go get his MBA. To go to the good schools, you have to work for 2 years. I said, well, no, just put him with this. Put him in the financial section of the #1 money city in the world. Just put him over there getting coffee. That ain't going to show up on his transcript. After being there a little while, they recognized his intelligence. And one day I'm sitting in Paris looking at the Riddick Bowe Galata fight that broke up into a riot in Madison Square Garden. And I'm laughing, telling my wife, baby, I wish you had HBO. You can't believe, ain't no police around, ain't nobody out here. I mean, they got a full-scale riot going on. And all at once I see this chump with these dreadlocks and 20 cops whooping him, and I didn't realize till they turned around that was my son. $25,000 a year to go to high school, one of the most brilliant minds on the planet, and all them cops saw was nigger. He ain't combed his hair. 17 years, they thought he was Jamaican. They told him in the squad car on the way to jail, nigga, if you was in the Bronx, we put a bullet in your head. They didn't know they just whooped the financial analyst for the city of New York. Where he worked, they can't tell white folks how to spend $34 billion, but they can't touch it till they analyze. They got to analyze the police's budget. My wife kind of panicked. She said, what we gonna do? What we gonna do? I'm in Paris. Well, you got to come back. They'll kill him in jail. They do kill black folks in jail, but we can't go up around selling book tickets, talking about stand up to this system, and the first time it come down on you, you want to run and jump out. They do kill black folks in jail. But he said, you know, your daughter, she's prosecuted in Brooklyn. Why don't you call her as a conflict? Just have her go over there and snoop around and see what they do. So she go over there, that's when we find out 2 of my sons got arrested. Now we got 1 son. If you don't ask about him, we do not volunteer. No difference. Y'all know what I'm talking about, no? I got 1 boy, whatever the police say he did, he did. He asked me one day, hey, Pop, what's probable cause? I said, look in the mirror. And they had all kind of charges trumped up against him. I had the guy told me who was president of the city council, Italian guy, been there for a long time. I think he ran for governor. Ex-cop. Told me I never thought I'd see the day I'd be on the other side of the men in blue. But said, that son of yours, ain't no way in the world he could have done. That's the one I know, the things he said he done. And then all at once, they start finding out where they'd messed up. And then all at once, it was this organization that stood by my 2 boys every time they went to court. This organization. Every time they and they won the case. They won the case. Very seldom you win a case against police. Hey, stand up. He's right here. Johan. So I just want to personally say to Brother Maddox and this organization, I thank you. It's a heck of a thing when you're out there marching for other people. It's a hell of a thing, boy, when it comes in your house. One thing I like about this white boy, I mean, he's so cold and he just don't feel no pain. I mean, he does. Frankenstein just thought the girl didn't want to go to prom because she didn't have an outfit. It didn't dawn him that he was up. Somewhere when you look and see where this thing is going and how fast it's moving and how vicious it is. This is a story that broke. I read about 600 worth of newspapers, magazines every week. This story only ran in 1 newspaper in the whole country. New York Daily News. Serious story. It's about one of the most celebrated psychics that ever lived, Gene Dixon. And I remember reading an article 30 years ago that somebody just sitting around didn't have nothing to do and got to checking out her predictions. And they said that every prediction she made that was pertaining to nature, earthquakes, tornadoes, bad winters, she was wrong 99% of the time. Said every prediction she made that could be carried out by people, she was right 100% of the time. And then the story broke. Psychic was on FBI's payroll. And it goes on to say that her job for Hoover was to dirty up the black movement and the anti-war movement. And 18 months before
All the jokes is done. Y'all better start listening now. It's only 1 person in here. I appreciate you. Everybody else got tired.
Kennedy was assassinated, she had in her column, President must be careful in Dallas. You damn right, because the people gonna kill him, gave you the information. Then when he gets hit, they go back and say, oh, Gene Dixon predicted that. That's how vicious this country is. They got people running around believing the spirit done touched her. Pope go all over the world blessing folks and talking about poverty and what we got to do. He ain't never talking about priests ripping off them little boys' boots. And that's when I realized prayers work. I don't know what them priests be doing when they be ripping them little boys off, but I know they got to be praying. I listen to God, I know what I'm doing is not right, because this is a child. But I'm not going to ask you to forgive me, don't let me get caught. Just fix it so they won't remember it for a long time. And it worked. He'll be 90 years old, walking down the street with his wife and start hollering, ah, what's wrong? Follow Valley ripped me off when? In 1904. She's the one that predicted that King got to be careful going in to Memphis. And now we know why. But hear me good now. Because when you read this stuff, you think some divine order from God or Christ or something told her something. Oh, ho. Queen Elizabeth ain't nothing but an old hoe. You know, it's amazing how white folk can wrap up. You know, it's hard for you to sit there and visualize Queen Elizabeth somewhere sitting in the toilet with her drawers drooped over her knees, farting and sticking up that toilet just like you. There is no such thing as a queen's doo-doo. It's all the same. She might be burning some good incense. The games. Huh? How long? Under the Freedom of Information Act, they had to admit, hell of an article in the Memphis Commercial Appeal, March 21st, 1993. Army feared King, secretly watched him. Spying on blacks started 75 years ago. This is the headline. Huh? And they go on to talk about they started watching King when he was in high school. Huh? So don't think they just killed him because he just started bugging some white folks. Huh? They started watching him when he was in high school. The Army, the United States military. So y'all just sit around, just act like y'all relax and business as usual. No. This boy is somewhere not plotting. How can we do it? Somewhere. You got to listen. You have to listen to it. Brother Bill Cosby gave $20 million to Spelman. Didn't promise it, gave it to him. Nobody's ever gave that kind of money. 3 days later, big headlines, the white boy on TV died. He gives $50 million to United Negro Congress. He didn't. He pledged $50 million if they raise $50 million. Well, that's like not giving up. Nothing. And even when they like you, the big ones, you got to be careful. Oh, you couldn't be loved in this country by white folk no more than Bill Cosby. I mean, anytime they let you advertise tapioca, I mean, that's that white boy pudding. But y'all got to be careful. Because sometimes you think you see in one thing, you see something else. They gave Bill Cosby a great show. He was a doctor, wife was a lawyer. 98% of white folks in America before the Bill Cosby show had never seen a black doctor. The most trifling black, ghetto, thug, dropout. We got black doctors in our family. 98% of white folks in America before the Bill Cosby show had never seen a black lawyer. So all it was, they see a black doctor and a black lawyer. A black doctor that never goes to the clinic, never deals with a patient, never deals with the sick. A black lawyer that never has a client or deal with a case or deal with justice, just sitting around the living room whooping with the children. That's not what black life is about. When white boy put on a dress, they call him a cross-dresser or a transvestite. When they call RuPaul a beautiful black woman, sisters, they said they fixing to kill you. And any of you black women can look at that thing on television and think he's a beautiful black woman. God is telling you, you really got a life. And they take him and refer to him, got him selling makeup and stuff for black women, and many of y'all stupid enough to buy it. You need to go home and flush that stuff down the toilet. And then Bill Cosby made one mistake. He said, I want to buy NBC. And the boy ain't had no peace sense. The boy ain't had no peace sense. Because he could buy it. NBC, owned by General Electric. CBS, owned by Westinghouse. Them two companies alone make 87% of all the weapons on this planet that kill people is made out of them two companies, and they gonna give us the news. And you know, when his son was killed, they told us it wasn't robbery. They found $6,000 cash and credit cards and cell phone. Then they went and arrested that Russian boy. 9 months later, said it was robbery. And we checked it out. The Russian boy was in Mexico that night. He wasn't even here. So even the lawyer they said it was a trick. That's the games they play. In some kind of way, we got to understand that. Look at TV. Look at it for entertainment. Look at the news for entertainment. 98% of the stuff they're saying, you don't even have to be smart, y'all lie. Say the OJ trial, the trial of the century. And nobody said, well, wait a minute. What about the Nuremberg trial? What about Brown versus Topeka, Kansas? And if there was going to be a trial of the century pertaining to black, look like we would say, we'll pick it. Not you all. If we have had to have the trial of the century in the last 10 years, it wasn't in California with OJ, it was right here in New York. The Long Island, the dude that shot them people on, they said shot the people on the train. Colin Ferguson. He's your hero. One day when y'all find out the boy was under mind control and he ain't done none of that, you find you better be careful how you pick your hero. If he shot him, I shot him. That's what mind control is about. That's why I tell y'all better stop being so busy trying to sell some whoop tickets of this racist thing and don't think what you're looking at. He shot up everybody on the plane, and then when they grabbed him, he says, oh my God, what have I done? Something wrong with that statement. Something wrong when they tell me the brother had his pregnant woman killed, the basketball player. I don't have no problem with that. But when they caught him in the trunk of the car, this brother is clean-shaven head. He had a stocking cap on. Slick-head brothers don't wear stocking caps. So y'all better stop being so old, super nigger hip and slick trying to react to a white racist system instead of the God force inside. That one can't be tricked. Most of you ain't fit to think you're too tired. Working 3-4 jobs and ain't got nothing. Somewhere when you understand. That brother, what was his name first? Gunther. Now, that was a trial of the century. That boy defended himself. Now, you talking about a dream team. I mean, that boy walked out there like he was two people. Did y'all see? He said, Judge Your Honor, my client, Mr. Ferguson, they not feed him enough food at night in jail. And judge the school judge said, we'll take care of that. One thing about white folks in America, when they love you, they love you. His opening argument was fabulous. He said to the jurors, he says, I'm not denying that my client, Mr. Ferguson, was not on that train. I'm not denying he didn't have a gun. The gun that those folks were shot and killed with, my client, Mr. Ferguson, had it in his bag. What you all don't understand, he went to sleep. While he was asleep, a white dude took that gun, shot them people, put it back in the bag. And that's what I said in America, when white folks love it, they love it. I mean, the press haven't said yet, if you were asleep, how you know it was a white boy? And boy, when he was cross-examining this one white girl who had been shot 6 times, I'll never forget that. He said, Miss, are you gonna sit there on that witness stand and tell me my client, Mr. Ferguson, shot you 6 times? That white woman went off. She said, I'm saying you shot me 6 times. He said, now you're saying it was 2 people, huh? Come with me. You know, one day you just have to sit by yourself and just ask yourself this simple question. What is black on black crime? I don't understand why y'all upset at black on black crime. If we all went to China tonight, who do you think killing Chinese in China? If we went to Italy in the morning, who do you think killed Italians in Italy? And if 98% of the white folks in America that was murdered last year was murdered by white folks, if they're not talking about white on white crime, why are you talking about black on black crime? You kill where you live. And if you don't want black folks killing black folks, then join the NAACP, the Urban League, that's it. And all of us integrate this country. And I guarantee you, if I'm living way over here in this white suburban neighborhood, and my old lady make me mad enough to want to shoot somebody, I'm not going to jump in my car and drive all the way back to the ghetto and shoot you. I'm going next door to shoot my white neighbor. But understand this system now. Jesse Jackson, he can go all over the world and bring hostages home, and he's just a nice guy. He go down there in Illinois and get to dealing with some black folks up. He's doing it for publicity. And Jesse was really lucky on them hostages from Bosnia, because he called them white folks, but they didn't understand. But you know, Jesse can talk a little funny sometimes. Jesse called them white folks in Bosnia and said, I'd like to come and get the hostages. They thought he said he'd like to come get some sausages. They didn't know that boy was talking about hostages until he got over there. So I said, well, okay, but take them both, the hostages and the sausages. On April the 4th, 1968, a good man was killed in Memphis by a wicked, evil, nasty, insane government. But if this planet lasts 10 billion years, the only reason America will be mentioned will be because of Dr. King and that movement. That's the only way America will ever be a footnote, will ever get her name mentioned. I was at the trial in Memphis. I want to show you all quickly, explain to you why that jury of 6 blacks and 6 whites after 3 hours came back and found that white boy guilty of conspiring to kill Dr. Martin Luther King. And they went further than that. They also said there was some co-conspirators, black folks, unnamed, that was involved. I want to show you a little 3-minute clip of the minister that Dr. King was going by his house for dinner. He was due at 7, but they had to move it up because 7 would be a little too dark to shoot somebody. So they moved it to 6 o'clock. 2 years ago at a press conference in Memphis, I get a call. They said, so-and-so is thinking about killing so-and-so, so-and-so. I said, what? They said, well, he said something at the press conference. I said, put him on the phone. I said, whatever you do, get that film. Because once NBC realized what this brother could slip and say, we will never get our hands on the film. What you're fixing to see now went into the evidence in the King trial where they brought a wrongful death suit, and I'll explain that to you quickly in a minute. But what you're fixing to witness now is the man who came by to get King to take him to dinner. And 30 years later at a press conference, he slipped because God do baffle your mind sometimes. You look,
some of the activities are geared especially for the young who did not have a chance to get the feel, to know what the civil rights movement actually was about. Even as they marched, now they could have stopped in a hotel, but when you think about marching from Memphis to Jackson or Jackson to Memphis, there were no hotels. You stayed in churches, you stayed in people's homes, and that's how we got over, that's how we got through. The struggle was a spiritual struggle. You couldn't pay people to do what we had to do. You couldn't pay people to stand before mad dogs and fire hoses and billy clubs and cattle prods. It was strictly a spiritual and moral movement. So we wanted that dimension to be in the pilgrimage to Memphis. We will revisit the mountaintop speech site. That's the Mason's Temple, where Dr. King made his last address, which he almost didn't make, because the night that we were having that rally, there were tornado warnings, and he was behind on the Poor People's Campaign. And he said, you guys go on over and have the rally. I'm going to stay at the motel and work on the Poor People's Campaign. When we got there and Dr. Abernathy walked in and Jesse Jackson walked in and I walked in and others, people started clapping because they thought Martin was behind us. And so Ralph's preacher sense said to him, this is not our crowd. And he went to the phone and called Dr. King. And any of the marches that we had in those days, you have an opportunity to bring the children and bring the family and march with us. And when I finished sharing with them the last hour of Dr. King's life, a hurry, but that gave me the wonderful privilege of spending the last hour on earth. 3 preachers in a room, Abernathy, King, and Kyles. And we spent that last hour together in room 306 at the Lorraine Motel. The press is always curious, and writers, what went on? What did you talk about? I say, we just talk preacher talk. What preachers talk about when they get together.
Y'all pay real
Revivals
attention
and
to
all
what
the
you're fixing to hear now.
About 5:45, we walked on the balcony, and he was talking to people in the courtyard. He stood here and I stood there. Only as I moved away, so we could have a clear shot, the shot rang out.
Thank you.
I turned around and then knocked him back on the balcony.
Listen. Oh. Wait, listen. Listen. 30 years later, this brother never realized that he would slip and say that. Do you know what happened when you're sitting in a jury room about a conspiracy and this piece of film is introduced, he stood here, I stood here, only as I moved away so he could have a clear shot. The shot rang out. This was the brother that he was going by his house for dinner. To my brother Matty, you will have a copy of this tape. I'll get it back to you. And what you should do is make copies. See to it, because this is a very valuable. And y'all need to send this tape to people all over this country. And so this was the trial that went on that the press didn't want to report because they couldn't. Huh? They couldn't. And so we have to stop getting mad and upset because the same system that's killing us refuse to tell us the truth. You have to use your own God-given intelligence. If we was all over in Germany today walking down the street and we see this big old building and it's named after Adolf Hitler, you don't have to be too smart to realize something evil is going on inside that building. But how come you don't understand that when you walk down in Washington, D.C. and see that big old brand new FBI building named after J. Edgar Hoover? How come we don't know something evil is going on inside that building? Let me briefly tell you some of the things that you overheard. The trial should have lasted a day and a half. It lasted 30 days. The black press in Memphis didn't even show up. Let me tell you how this trial came about. About 6 years ago, a white man named Lloyd Jowers, who probably, now this is just my philosophy, who probably was told they're fixing to blame the King murders on you. So he went to ABC, and they did a whole session with him, telling them how he was involved and what the conspiracy and who it was. And then they never ran it. So now he's running for his life. So he goes to the King family, and he tells them the same thing that he told ABC. He tells them 3 times, and the 4th time, Andy Young. And they filmed it, they taped it. And he said, I was given $100,000 by Frank Liberto, who was the mafia puppet who ran Memphis for the big mafia boys out of New Orleans. So it was Frank Liberto, he said, that gave him $100,000 to set up the whole mechanism for killing King. In the building right behind the Lorraine Hotel with the courtyard bumped into, Lloyd Jowers had a restaurant called Jim's Grill. He also said that at the first meeting, here's who was there, so-and-so was there, so-and-so was there. And let me tell you, there was some black folks there too. The black man in the very famous picture that was leaning over Martin Luther King, Merle McClellan, he was there at the first meeting. We didn't know at the time his job was to do 2 things. One was to point everybody in the wrong direction. It was him that pointed and said the shots came from there. Not only was he an undercover cop, he was so undercover that his paycheck didn't even come from the Memphis Police Department, came from the utility company. And now tonight, as we sit here, he's a CIA agent. His other job was to infiltrate a little group of little juvenile thugs. They call themselves the Invaders. And y'all got to be careful about what y'all join just because they're yelling and screaming about Whitey. Y'all got to be careful about what kind of evil, nasty black folks you get around that want to go blow up something and then wonder why you get arrested on your way there. Martin Luther King was preparing for the Poor People's March in Washington, D.C. You had many senators and many Congress people said, we don't think he should come here because we are afraid of the amount of violence that will be created. Martin Luther King's answer to that was, I've led demonstrations, there's been violence, but it wasn't on our side. It was people attacking us. Now, if I'm going to be blamed for that, then there's something wrong. So they decided that they would create a violent situation. And Merle McClellan, the undercover Memphis cop, had also infiltrated the Invaders. And it was when King came in for one day to lead that march. One day to lead that march. One day. And it was their job to see to it that it broke into a ride so King could no longer say that I've never led a march that led to a ride. And that was to force him to come back for a second march so they could kill him. And so all at once the King family decides to sue Lord Charles on a wrongful death suit. Not that they wanted any money, so the first time the truth could be validated and documented. So there's a lot of people upset about the Truth and Reconciliation Committee in South Africa, but 100 years from now, because of that, 100 years from now, nobody have to say, let me tell you what those black folks say they did to them. They can't say that now because white folks came and testified under oath that this is what we did. Because of this trial, no longer will anybody be able to say these conspirators allege this to have happened. It's documented under oath. They subpoenaed the captain who was over the fire station, which was across the street, firehouse number 2 from the Lorraine Hotel. 34 years later, he's 34 years older, 7 years old, fat, getting ready to die, wanting to find Jesus. So he came and raised his hand and told the truth. Would you give your name? Yes. How old are you? What's your occupation? I'm retired. What was it before you retired? The Memphis fireman. What was your top rank? Battalion commander. Where were you on April the 4th, 1968, when Martin Luther King was shot? Said, I was in charge of the fire station across the street from the Lorraine Hotel. Did you notice anything different that day? Yeah, early that morning, some people came and introduced themselves as Army intelligence. Said they'd like to go up on the roof and put King under surveillance. What'd you do? I led him up to the roof. What did they have with them? They had large containers, small containers. What do you think was in the containers? I don't know. What do you think? Well, it could have been stuff to take motion pictures, still pictures. Could the containers held high paparazzi? Yes, they could have. And then what happened? Well, later that day when the shot rang out, they were still on the roof. So we know that the United States government not only had pictures of Martin Luther King being killed, they also had pictures of the person that did it. He said, but then what happened? He said, then I rushed across the street and ran up the steps where King was laying on the ground, and I helped put him on the stretcher. Said, did you get to see the wound? Say, yes. Would you describe it to the jury? Say, the wound was going up, which means he had been shot from down here, not up there. He's a white man who ran the fire station, who probably 30-some years ago couldn't care if King lived or died. He's a white man sitting there saying to 6 blacks and 6 white jury that, yes, I saw the wound and the wound went this way. And the next one that testified that he had interviewed people from military intelligence, the 111, the 209. The 209 is so vicious, they were scared of CIA. And the 184, that's the sniper team, that's the Rangers. When they had to admit they was there, they say, well, we was there as a backup, and that leads you to believe they was talking about to back up in case the security broke down. They was there to back up in case that hit didn't hit, they were supposed to take him out. That's what the jury heard. Lord Jawa's defense was real hip. There was so much overwhelming evidence that there was a conspiracy. His defense was, yes, I was part of a conspiracy. I just didn't know the person that I was supposed to have killed was Martin Luther King. And what made that so beautiful, it meant that they couldn't object to none of the stuff that was going because they wanted everybody to know what we knew, that it was a conspiracy. He just didn't know it was Dr. King. 70 witnesses they got to hear, plus to see that film. They got to listen to Earl Clark's wife. Who was Earl Clark? Well, when the shot rang out, the dude who shot took the rifle and gave it to Lord Jawas, and he took it through the back of his restaurant window, and then he jumped over a concrete embankment, and there was a black cab driver called Butler, cab 58.
Y'all, man, here I'm watching the show with my queen. We in here though. Appreciate y'all. What up, Dice?
This white man jumping over this concrete embankment, so he followed him around the corner, and I just didn't know the person that I was supposed to have killed was Martin Luther King. And what made that so beautiful, it meant that they couldn't object to none of the stuff that was going because they wanted everybody to know what we knew, that it was a conspiracy. He just didn't know it was Dr. King. 70 witnesses they got to hear, plus to see that film. They got to listen to Earl Clark's wife. Who was Earl Clark? Well, when the shot rang out, the dude who shot took the rifle and gave it to Lord Jawas, and he took it through the back of his restaurant window, and then he jumped over a concrete embankment, and there was a black cab driver called Butler, cab 58. He heard the shot. He didn't know King had been hit. He got out the cab to see what happened, see this white man jumping over this concrete embankment. So he followed him around the corner and watched him get into a police cruiser. That man who shot King was Earl Clark, Memphis cop. Dead now. But they subpoenaed his wife, and she came to defend the good name of Earl. My husband couldn't have done that because he was homesick all that day. At what time did he find out Dr. King had been shot? Well, he found out over his police radio. And then what happened? He realized how serious it was that he had to go in. And then what happened? Well, all of his uniforms was in the cleaners. So I had to go get his uniforms out. Miss Clark, you aware what time Dr. King was shot? Oh, I think it was a little bit after 6 o'clock. Miss Clark, are you aware that the cleaners closed at 5? That's what the jury heard. Huh? That's what the jury heard. There's an FBI agent named Donald Wilson. He's the one that found the Mustang that Lee Harvey Oswald was driving. Found it in Atlanta, and he found some notes in it that he said the minute he read the notes, he knew it was a conspiracy, but he called one of the numbers, this is 1968, that was on the number, and it ended up going to a nightclub in Dallas that Jack Ruby used to own, and Jack Ruby is the one who killed Lee Harvey Oswald, who was arrested for killing Kennedy. He said he got so scared he never turned it in because he thought if he turned it in and they know he'd look at that, they would kill him. This is the FBI. And this is who we have to deal with every day. Those of us out here in the movement have to deal with folks who are a white FBI agent said, I didn't turn the stuff in because had I turned it in, they probably would have killed me. That's some of the things they heard at the trial. Just to set the record straight, James L. Ray never confessed to killing King. He pleaded guilty. There's a difference. If a cop grabbed me and said, I'll kill all your granddaughters, if you don't say you took that purse, now plead guilty. A confession means you have to know some of the intricate details that nobody else knows but the police who was there investigating it and the person that did. He never confessed. This document went into the records. He had probably one of the best defense attorneys that had ever lived in the history of the planet at the time. His defense attorney was called Percy Foreman from Houston. Lawyers used to come in from all over the world and just go to this bar where he used to hang out and just sit and listen to Percy talk. He was James L. Ray's lawyer. James L. Ray was coming up to be sentenced on March the 10th. Here's the letter that Percy Foreman, James L. Ray's lawyer, sent him on March the 9th, 1969. Percy Foreman, Houston, Texas, March the 9th, 1969. Mr. James Earl Ray, Shelby County Jail, Memphis, Tennessee. Dear James Earl, you've asked that I advance to your brother Ray, Jerry Ray, $500 of the $5,000 referred to in the first $5,000 paid by William Bradford Huey on January the 29th. Mr. Huey advanced an additional $5,000 at that time. I had spent in excess of $9,500 on your case. Since then, I have spent in excess of $4,000 additional. But I am willing to advance Jerry $500 and add that to the $165,000 mentioned in my other letter to you today. In other words, I would receive the first $165,500, but I would make the advance to your brother of $500. And this advance also is contingent upon your plea of guilty at the sentencing tomorrow on March the 10th without any unseemly conduct on your part in the courtroom. Here's a man's lawyer that told him, your father 30 years ago jumped bail. We're fixing to put him in jail. If you don't plead guilty, I, your lawyer, personally will see to it you get the electric chair. And all the way, we're trying to explain how y'all got all this money. So the government is going to say that your brother and you robbed banks. So he's going to jail if you don't go in and plead guilty to him. The jury got this letter from his lawyer, promising him $165,000, but it was contingent on him pleading guilty. Thank God to the King family. Thank God to William Pepper that handled that case. Thank God to everybody out here and the many people that died. His brother was murdered. They said he drowned in the swimming pool. Dr. King's brother, because he was questioning King's death. AD. They tried to kill Coretta in the church and missed her and killed Dr. King's mother and made like it was some little crazy lunatic guy that came down. And yet, the King family kept on moving. Never born with millions of dollars. Never had the glamour that the Kennedy family had, and yet the Kennedy family haven't spent one nickel trying to find out what had happened to the Kennedys, including that funny little thing that went down with John last summer. And so I say to you tonight, make no doubt about it, we are in one of the most evil, nasty, vicious, insane, ungodly systems that's ever existed in the history of the planet. And not only will they kill black folks, they'll kill white folks that look like they're going to show us in a certain light. How many of y'all in here saw the movie The Green Mile? Thank you. How many of y'all didn't like it? Go back and see it again. I've seen it 13 times. And when you go back and really see what that movie's about, then you realize why Stephen King was hit with that truck. And then you realize why 2 months ago Stephen King had a press conference and said he'll never write again. And then you realize last Friday, this guy that got all kinds of bad records of driving went into court, one of the most powerful writers that ever lived, and got set free. I'm going to say to you again, those of y'all that didn't like the movie, you should say a prayer that your mind will be open to see what you really saw. And those of you that haven't seen it, every day that goes by without you seeing it, you do the 70 trillion cells in your body a disservice. The Green Mile. Who saw it? You remember what the black man's name was? John Coffey. And those initials is J what? Go back and see the movie. And then read the New Testament, because that movie is the story of Jesus Christ. They just took a mentally retarded nigga and made him Jesus. And most of y'all didn't even see that, because y'all would expect a Ron Brown type nigga to be made Jesus. Huh? That white woman laying in the bed, that was Mary Magdalene. Y'all go back and see it. Those of you who didn't understand. Jesus Christ wasn't healing. He was pulling demons out of people, and he cast them into pigs, and the pigs went crazy. In that movie, he pulled them demons out and cast it into that pig top, and he went crazy. Y'all go back and see that movie again. In the Bible, when Jesus was then put on the cross, he was hung between two thieves. That was the two guys that got executed ahead of him. And the one thief said, when you go to heaven, will you remember me? That was the Indian brother that said to Tom Hanks, if I repent now, will I be good? Y'all need to go back and y'all need to start breaking code. But y'all can go, y'all like Matrix. Everything I see, like Matrix. Because they showed a black woman and a black man that had the finest mind in the history of the planet. But the white boy was the savior. Huh? I ain't met a black person that didn't like it. How can you like that filth? And here a white man sit and took a mentally retarded nigger and made him Jesus Christ. Hmm? And because of that, they tried to kill him. And when he said, I leave here and I join my Father in heaven, that's what the Fred Astaire piece was about. I'm in heaven, I'm in heaven, na, 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 na. And Tom Hanks played two roles. He was Pontius Pilate when he said, I can open up the door and let you out. And he was Judas. Huh? Y'all need to go back and see that. Hollywood have never, ever in the history of Hollywood, ever casted a black person with that type of dignity and that type. You ever think you would go to a movie in America where the white woman was doing the cussing and the brother would be Jesus? He said, y'all, his wife hadn't cussed. He told him, he said, y'all came on a good day. And remember that white woman's the only one that called him Mr. My name is John Coffey, and every time he says that, he says, like to drink. That was the lady that Jesus met at the well and told her that was the wrong water. I'm the water of life. Drink me, you have everlasting life. And this white boy was so hip, he didn't only make the water water, he made it black to represent your melanin. Y'all went there and missed that, thinking you're so hip. Go back and see it again. And then that scene where he put his mouth on that white woman's mouth. Next time you see that, make like that's your mouth. And make like anything in your body that shouldn't be there is being pulled out. And I guarantee you when you leave there, you feel different. And then sit and relax and then enjoy yourself and you find out that's more than a movie. And when you saw them white boys crying at the end, that wasn't Hollywood tears. When he nudged him and said, wipe your face before you straighten up. And so I say to you tonight, we got a big job, but our job is made easy. Because all of those who have died ahead of us, and they haven't stopped anything. When I think about this movement here, when I think about what you all do here, when I think about how safe I am coming to New York now because y'all want to see me. And then I think of the price you have to pay to be the agitator. What a hell of a price. And you even pay a bigger price if you're sick enough to have to be validated by the New York Times. Ain't a comic on this planet that they should talk about like me. I changed the whole thing. But I don't need their validation. I changed the whole thing. The whole thing. The whole thing. Before me, they would not permit a black entertainer to stand flat-footed and talk. If you go back and listen to the Mills Brothers and the Ink Spots and Nat Cole, those that had a white audience, no black man back then was permitted to sing a song that suggested love. That's why they were singing Route 66 and Mona Lisa and Pennies from Heaven and all that old nature boy stuff. Joe Louis was never permitted to knock a white man out and then raise his hands like that. And all of that has happened. My brother Mattis, you suffered a lot, but my daughter, who's a lawyer here in New York, you made it easy for her. You made it easy for her. Y'all got a little upset when they moved the trial to Albany. I'd be shocked when y'all expect white folks not to act like white folks. I mean, some of y'all have none of that attitude. I want y'all to listen to this date. It says urgent, 1:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, November the 17th, 1963. That's 5 days before what? To all special agents in charge of the various offices of the FBI. This is a telex from J. Edgar Hoover that we were able to get under the Freedom of Information Act. urgent, 1:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, November the 17th, 1963, to all special agents in charge of the various offices of the FBI. It says, from the director, and here's what it says. Threat to assassinate President Kennedy in Dallas, Texas, November the 22nd, 23rd, 1963, miscellaneous information. That means don't be in the office that day. 5 days before Kennedy was shot, Hoover sent this telex out and called it miscellaneous information. They've been doing this for so long. And then they take their little trick magazines. This Time magazine ran the picture of Caliban. These are the boys in the cafeteria rehearsing. That's a lie. Those of you all that got too much sense to work. That's why I said I'd never get a job. A gorilla, Ron Oscars, and the elephant eat more food. One day I eat 6 months. They ain't never had a job. I said, Lord, you can take care of them. I know you can take care of me. Those of you that sit home when this story broke, you remember the CNN, if you was watching it, showed a dead white girl in front of that school and showed them handcuffing 3 white boys, putting them in the car. And after about 2 hours, they snatched that and act like that never happened. The Attorney General of the state said, there's been rumors that there was more than 2 shooters. I will investigate that. She was the only black Attorney General of any state in America. 2 weeks after she said that, she was dead. And the reason I take the time to show you this, because they are convincing you. What they don't tell you, this was a video class. They had enrolled in a video class. Can you imagine sending a child of yours to school and they think they're in a video class and this government is setting them up? And then they have all of these tapes. They were sitting in a video class and this was a mock thing that they were supposed to have been doing. They were sitting reading the script saying, we're going to buy the gun from so-and-so, and that poor little boy that they claim sold the gun to, he ain't sold no gun, but they got a videotape where they saying they sold it, so they went in and make a deal, said, we give you 6 years, or else you're going to elect your check. That's how they do it. And then they cover it up because they control the press. Yeah. Is there anyone in this room that's aware of the fact that in the last 2.5 years, teenage homicide in America have decreased 48%, and in the Black and Latino community, 72% decrease? But that's not what you feel because NBC and ABC and the New York Times keep shooting at others. Why do you want to look to something filthy that hates you to get your information? Can you imagine where Jews would be today if they was trying to run some Nazis down to find out what time it is? Can you imagine that, how long it would have took the Jews to get that money they picked to get out the Swiss bank? Had they had to depend on Swiss newspapers? Can you imagine that, how long it would have took the Jews to get that money they picked to get out the Swiss bank? Had they had to depend on Swiss newspapers? Oh, what are we going to do about our children? Every 4 seconds you've been in this room and around the clock, a woman in America gets beat up by her boyfriend or husband, and that's not our children that's beating them. All these divorces, that's not our children. You know, you're really stupid enough to believe that a 5-year-old child of yours can reach in the refrigerator trying to find the mayonnaise. You got to reach past Papa's beer and Mommy's wine, and you qualify to tell them they can smoke a reefer one day. That's right. 67% of all the hard drugs on this planet, 67% is consumed in America, and we're just 6% of the world's population. Oh, what a hell of a price you have to pay for racism and a hell of a price you have to pay to tolerate it. What God, that's a God, would ever validate you reducing yourself down below the dignity that God put in you just so you can pay your rent and your household, send your children to college? God will destroy you from the inside. Death is better. And somewhere, even when we catch them, then they're going to step in and write the apology from their point of view. They said something real nasty about you in the New York Times, and you wrote a letter to the editor, and they published it. People would say, well, they're nice, they didn't have to publish it. One of the most awesome things that ever happened in the history of this planet is the 600 black men in Tuskegee. Because those wasn't Klansmen or White Citizen Council, that was the United States Government Bureau of Health and medical doctors. They said, we're going to give you a shot so you won't catch a cold this winter, and they injected syphilis in them. And even after they got caught, even the president brought the men this last year to Washington to apologize, and not one black or one white has ever made them account for the black women that had to get syphilis. Because if you get 600 black men syphilis, what about their wives and their girlfriends? And it's like, you don't even count. And we black folks haven't even demanded that they give an apology to my woman. If you give me syphilis, I got it. If I give it to my woman, every baby that comes through that chute got syphilis. Do you know what they did to my woman down there? In all the books you read, not once is she mentioned. We got to stop after we catch them, let them write the protocol. The strongest two forces in the history of America has always been the black woman and the black church. Always. That's why both of y'all are under attack. They can blow up a black church, but they can't blow up a black whole house. They never blowed up a crack house, but they can burn the church down to the ground. And sister, one day when you understand who you are, one day there ain't another woman alive that would let a baby come out of her belly and say such filthy stuff about her as you let them little punks that you burn in that gangster rank. And they got nerve enough to go by that filth and then idolize them. If they ever do one paragraph of that filth about a Jewish woman or Irish Catholic, they'll die that day. And then y'all want to sit around and say, well, all they talking about is their experience. Well, when is the priest going to do a rap about ripping off the little boy's booty? When is the mafia going to do a thing about all this? Why is it we the only ones? And I listen to some of that filth you let your children sing. I love hillbilly records. I never thought I'd love a hillbilly record. Y'all need to go buy your hillbilly record. Listen to it. That white redneck cracker ain't never said nothing derogatory about his woman in his song. Huh? You listen to it. It's always he was doing wrong. When I listen to black men, I caught my baby in bed with my best friend. It's always you doing wrong. Listen to the hillbilly record. It's never her. It's always him. Not another man on this planet says the filthy stuff about his women. And y'all be dancing to that stuff. And at some point, that got to stop. Some point. More black women was gunned down last year by police in this country than any other time. And I don't think it's a coincidence it happens on the back of gangster rap. And one day when you listen to that gangster rap, make like you're a white that live in Australia. You ain't never seen a black woman, you just heard gangster rap. What am I supposed to think about you? Because I heard your man tell me that you need to be stomped underground and you need to be screwed this kind of way and that kind. I heard your man say that. And y'all sit and tolerate that filth. Tolerate it. Like you some insignificant wimps, like you don't have no power But we need to come together one day and march on the record and say, oh, stop it right here. Nothing's gonna break it. But you can do things you wanna do, but we put such little value on black life. And that's what police brutality is about. Why do you think black cops we have by the thousands have never handcuffed a white? Why do you think black cops ain't never shot a white boy 41 times? You think it's because they more spiritual than white cops? You think is they better trained? No, they got enough sense to know white folks ain't gonna tolerate it. And once we put this country on notice that never again are we gonna tolerate you gunning down our children, our mothers, our wives, our daughters, our husbands, it's not gonna stop until then. And then this white boy, he's so smart. You can't find nobody that know a black, that can tell you in the brutal days of Mississippi, you couldn't pay a redneck to mess with a black man's car because something come over us when you mess with our car. Why do you think a cop in New York ain't never shot a black person's car? Why do you think they never hit your car with their billy club? Because they know you tolerate them busting your little child upside the head or shooting your grandmother, but don't mess with your car. There's something wrong when I have more fear of my enemy than I have love for my children. So as I leave you tonight, I say to you, they just talked about AIDS at the UN yesterday. Oh, it's so horrible. What are they fighting black folks doing over there? The Washington Post, which I call the #1 paper in America, because out of Boston, 63% of all mortgage money in America come out of Boston banks. That's where the power is, not here in Boston. And if any of y'all ever been to Boston, go there and hold your breath until you see a Rolls Royce. You won't see none. Because super rich people don't need them little trifling nothing cars. That's just for folks that's insecure. 3 different days, headlines on the front page. AIDS and the African. AIDS and the African. Oh, what's wrong with them? Well, let me tell you something. My oldest daughter, when she's working on her doctorate at the London School of Economics, me and Hosea Williams had been halfway around the world. I said, hey, come here, let's go see this little chump daughter of mine. Spent a week with her, and God so blessed me. Walking down the street one day, the front page of the LA Times, Monday, May 11, 1987, smallpox vaccine triggered AIDS virus in Africa. AIDS epidemic triggered by smallpox vaccine. Huh? And then they go on to talk about the AIDS epidemic may have been triggered by the massive inoculation campaign, which was used under false pretense of eradicating smallpox. The World Health Organization, which masterminded. Huh? So they got us running around believing that something frightening is happening over there, 2 million died, and we walking around instead of looking this punk in his face and say, whatever they got, you gave it to them just like you put smallpox in the Indian blanket, just like you injected my brother down in Tuskegee. You did it, and I'm not going to come to you ashamed. You the one need to apologize. So I'll leave you tonight, and I say to you, every now and then, he makes some mistakes. I want you to hear this date here, Saturday, October the 24th, 1987. What year? Now listen, save some time. An estimated 1.5 million Americans have the AIDS virus, but that's based on a 20-year-old study. Now subtract 20 from 1987, and we wasn't supposed to have AIDS then. So I leave you and I tell you, take care of your body, There's something wrong with a group of people that make more money than any other black on the planet. Most white folks have more education hours than any black on the planet. Most white folks, but our death rate from disease and sicknesses, we black folks in America is less than 12% of America's population. As we sit here now, 87% of everybody in America on kidney dialysis machines are black folks. There's something wrong with that thing. Black men is less than 4% of America's population. But 83% of cancer, the prostate death, is black men, and y'all don't see nothing wrong with that? So I leave you tonight and I say to you, take care of your body. Try being a vegetarian. You tried everything else that don't work. Black teenage boys in America have more asthma deaths in America in 1 year than all the asthma deaths on this planet put together. Why? Because Harvard, Yale, MIT haven't realized that asthma is a dehydration, and an asthma attack is your brain sending a message to squeeze the water out of the lungs. So most of the time, 6-foot glass of water would resend that message. The two ways you die is called attack: an asthma attack, which is your lung, and a heart attack. And you've asked yourself, what did I do to make my heart attack me? What did I do? How am I so trifling to make my lungs attack me? And why little black boys have so much asthma death? Because they don't drink water. Drink Gatorade, lemonade, Kool-Aid, and soda pop. And all y'all that run around there smoking them reefers, thinking about people come to me from all over the world to clean them out. I can clean you out in 18 hours. I don't care how long you've been on heroin or cocaine. Take me 6 months to get reefers out your body. Look here, I didn't come here to scare y'all out of nothing. You do whatever you want to do. At least just know you're doing it. I used to smoke 4 packs of cigarettes every day. I didn't know cigarettes cause cancer. Then I found out I quit. Take care of your body. How you spell live? L-I-V-E. If you put an R on it, you got what? Liver. It's the only thing in your body that sounds like liver. Take care of your liver and your kidneys. You can't take care of it reacting to racism. Because the first time you get all uptight, and I'm so sick and tired, you black people always tell me what y'all told white folks on the job. You see, every time you get uptight over a racist situation, get angry, you tear up your liver and kidneys, not the glands. You put all of that pressure, and your liver has to take the blood, the poison out the bloodstream. It can't do that while you putting all them negative vibrations down. So what a lot of you black folks need to do that ain't gonna do nothing, you need to go hire y'all some white folks. Pay them. And put them on the balcony and come just cuss them out once a week. And that get rid of all that frustration, take that pressure off your kidneys, just cuss them out. And when y'all go to the doctor for 6 months and find out you ain't got no blood pressure, you should get in white folks a bonus. But just go by there and just call them all kind of honky, deep redneck, no good, cracker, honky, 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 honky. That's what for you to put it on your payroll to mean you're gonna live long. Instead of always want to come and tell me how upset you are. I don't want to hear it. Somewhere, I beg you to take care of your body, get into physical fitness. Don't sit there and lay in that bed every day, the time to go to work, and then wonder what happened to your heart, wonder why you got all this pain. Get up out of bed in the morning and walk. 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 Y'all stay in bed the time to go to work. I'm saying, just try for 1 week drinking 8 glasses of water. Just try it. Try it. And then try getting up 3 hours before time to go to work. And you know what happens? You get up 3 hours before time to go to work, just sitting around the house, melting out and cool. You be so mellow and cool, you won't even go to work. After you do that 3 days in a row, you don't have to go to work. Let me leave you with this. They were spraying all over New York because they say 2 mosquitoes came in there from Africa. Y'all remember that? 2 mosquitoes came in from Africa. Now, Africa got one nonstop, the whole continent, one nonstop plane a week. How do mosquitoes know which one to get on? And if they didn't get on the nonstop, why didn't they get off at the first stop? And while we was watching them spray y'all here, they was spraying all over the country. That's what this flu thing is about. That's why people who even had the shot still end up with the flu. You can beat it, just drink a lot of water. That orange juice you drink, that orange juice, you got to get fresh oranges. That orange juice you got, I got to Florida for the morning, they brought me a can of Libby's. That came in on the same plane I came in on. Take you some fresh garlic, you eat a lot of garlic, just go down there and wipe all that stuff out. Garlic, golden seal. You don't have to be sick. And then get you some rest. Try to get you some rest. And when you get rest, turn the radio and television. I want to sleep all night long. Radio, television. Melatonin, the body produces it every night when you go to sleep. But you have to be in a dark room. If you got one light on in the room or got TV on, your body will never produce melatonin. Your brain will not produce it. It has to be pitch black. And all you folks that raised children with that little night light in the room, you did them a disservice because they never got no melatonin. And you women that didn't want to nurse your babies because it makes you have flabby titties, you were right. You were right. You got them firm, look them in the eye titties, but the babies is flat. Let me leave you with these 2 thoughts. In Oklahoma, federal building was blown up. A white girl named Carol Howe. 90 days before the explosion, she was an undercover agent, the FBI, alcohol and tobacco. She went and told them the 7 folks that was going to do it and the exact day. And when it happened, she didn't know they was part of it, so she went to the press. They indicted her. And luckily, some good lawyers came in. She's not in jail tonight. I want you to hear this real good. The Washington Times, April the 22nd, 1998. Only paper ran this story, this little 4 inches. FBI pays mortgage on Nichols' home. Denver, the FBI made mortgage payments on Terry Nichols' home after he was arrested for the bombing of the Oklahoma. They're paying his mortgage right now. And it says the spokeswoman for the Justice Department said she did not know immediately why the government was paying payment nor how much it was. They never denied they paying it. All them explosions in the World Trade Building, those are the United States agents. That old blind Muslim guy, how you gonna come in my country without a passport or a visa and blind? And customs can't figure what you want to do. Just aim me towards the World Trade Building. You know how many of them Muslims work for the CIA? And they're going to whitewash everybody, Loudon, been on the CIA's payroll ever since he's been in the public eye. And you black folks run around thinking let me tell you something, they can take you out anytime you get ready. The CIA gave that punk thug $3 billion to put that whole resistance together in Afghanistan because that wasn't a war of liberation. Russia, America, and Britain was fighting for who was going to control the heroin, which is the biggest part of the heroin on this planet come out that part of Afghanistan. And Bin Laden and the United States won. That's why 98% of the heroin in America and Britain comes from them thugs. And Bin Laden's daddy is the one that put Bush and his boys in the oil business. That's what that's about. And Bush, with his little stupid Texas governor, said, he know he lived in a crack house with a sister for 2 years in Houston, Texas, and he know they're gonna bring that out whenever they get ready. He know he got a baby by one and an abortion by another. He knows that. And I'm not about to be stupid enough to believe I know it, the New York Times don't know. And I never assumed he was gonna run for president. He got $61 million. Y'all saw that, right? Have y'all forgot him and his brother ripped off a savings and loan for $61 million? All they doing is using this campaign to launder that savings and loan money and clean it up. Money is not power, education is not power, information. And Bush, the reason they ran him out of the White House, Clarence Thomas, that white woman he married to, is Barbara Bush's niece. And she probably said, you told me you was going to take care of my sisters. And he had to listen because Barbara Bush is worth about $20 billion. George, this little chump change she got. People say, I don't know what he see with that funny white hair. He saw green hair. Have y'all forgot two things about the O.J. trial? And Nicole Simpson's mother said she talked to her daughter at 11 o'clock. She said, how you know? I said, me and my husband, when we went to dinner that night, was an hour and a half from the house. And from the time we left, we couldn't have got back before 11. And they go and get Bell Telephone to trick the records. But there's one original record in Texas, and there's some folks I know got a lawsuit trying to force that out. And once that comes out, everything changes. Have y'all forgot that they said Nicole Simpson put up a hell of a fight because she had skin under her everything? God is a good God. The Russian spy satellite just happened to have been over the West Coast during the O.J. Simpson murders, and they filmed it all. Him and I, they didn't mean to. They just happened to have been passing over, and they captured it. Then sent it all to the State Department, and they never heard from them because they didn't know they did. And they got everybody duped. Some probably pulling for O.J., some pulling for this, some pulling for that. That's a game they play. And the reason you haven't heard no more about the skin on her fingernail, because when they checked the blood and found out the blood wasn't O.J.'s and the skin was white, the 4 pathologists was getting ready to hold a press conference that morning to announce it, and they murdered all 4. Only one paper, no television, no radio news, one paper, the Miami Herald. Huh? The Miami Herald, Thursday, July the 20th, 1995, page 3A, and here's how the headlines read: 4 LA City employees killed. And you got to read all the way down to paragraph 6 before it talks about the Piper lab was the lab that was handling the O.J. Simpson investigation. And so I leave you tonight and I say to you all, thank you. Thank you so much. I love you. God bless you. Peace be with you.
Now, Dick Gregory. Let's give it up. Dick Gregory. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dick Gregory.
All right, yo.
Thank you.
That was pretty dope. That was dope. A lot of information. I'm going to wrap it up for this one. I'm going to try to find something else interesting and play that. Y'all take it easy.